Rebuild World Chapter 203, Akira's Custom Suit. Inside a particular high-class clothing boutique in the Kagamayama city's lower district, the head manager of that boutique, Kashua, was wondering about the customers frequenting her shop lately. Her revenue did go up and there were more people coming to her shop. In short, her business was doing well. If she was allowed to make any complaint regarding her business, it would be that the customers coming to her shop were not the kind of customers that she was hoping for. It was not like the customers were rowdy or anything like that. As a matter of fact, they were all well-mannered to an extent. They would not do anything as rude as degrading the shop. They also properly paid a good amount of money. Basically, there was nothing to complain about them. The only problem was that they were not exactly the customers Kashua was hoping for. Considering that there are more of these kinds of customers coming here, I wonder if they have something to do with Viola. Kashua was actually more or less correct. These people were officers from gangs and other organizations from around the slum city. They caught a glimpse of Cheryl's dress and got interested in it. Then after a short conversation with Cheryl, they found out that Cheryl got that dress from Kashua's shop. If they caused any trouble in the shop, it would bring in the security companies guarding the area. Not to mention, damaging the shop that Akira and his friends frequented might cause more trouble. Since they knew that very well, rather than bringing people to rob the shop, they only dared to bring a small number of bodyguards when they visited that shop. When they were there, they made sure to behave themselves. With respect to mannerism and appearance, they were actually even better than the people that Viola came with the other day. Personally speaking, I'm actually hoping to attract the people from the inner wall who come to the outer wall from time to time. And it would be ideal if the reputation of my shop spread around starting from those kinds of people. But well, I wonder if it's too late for me to think like that since we don't turn away hunters. In the Eastern District, being a hunter was thought to be a crook's occupation. As a matter of fact, it was used as the main example of a bad occupation. But many of the well-earning hunters had a good connection with the corporate government. As such, they had some knowledge and mannerism to deal with common people, and shops treated them with a certain level of respect because of that. Of course, the opposite was true too. Poor hunters were treated like insects. It was nothing rare for shops to turn away hunters. If the hunters wanted to be treated as proper customers, they needed to earn well first. The shop's door suddenly opened. The bell rang and Kashua saw a familiar hunter coming into the shop as she smiled and welcomed him. It was Akira along with Sarah and Elena. Akira was using his usual augmented suit, while Elena and Sarah were wearing a rather stylish dress. From her experience, Kashua could immediately tell that Sarah and Elena were actually hunters too, but since they were wearing rather good quality dresses, she skipped treating them as hunters and went straight to treating them as potential customers. "Welcome. Thank you for coming to our shop. What are you looking for today?" Akira nervously replied. I'm here to order a custom suit." "Certainly. Let us know about your preference and wishes. But before that, please let me call our prize staff first, so please wait for a moment." As Kashua offered them a seat, Sarah suddenly said to Akira, "We'll be looking around the shop in the meantime." "Okay." Seeing Elena and Sarah walk away, Kashua looked a bit confused. Akira noticed Kashua was misunderstanding something and apologetically said to her, Sorry, it's for me." I see, I'm really sorry." Kashua smiled, trying to hide her surprise, as she went to call for Celine. When she returned with Celine, she left Akira with Celine and went to tend to Sarah and Elena. Compared to Kashua, Celine was not that adept at tending to customers, but she understood that she at least needed to have a certain level of communication skill in order to ask for the customer's wishes. So then she politely bowed and said to Akira, "Please let me introduce myself again. I am Celine. I'll be in your care." Yes, I'll be in your care too." In contrast to Celine, Akira was utterly lacking in his communication skills. Not only because it was not an essential skill for a hunter, but it was also his first experience. That was why Akira was looking rather nervous. "First of all, let me ask you what kind of custom clothing you are looking for." Akira was a bit surprised by that completely normal question. After a short pause, he then awkwardly replied, "Well, I'm sorry, but I don't really know it myself. What can I say? Things happened which somehow ended up with me thinking about ordering a custom suit. So, It's not like I have a clear image of what kind of suit I'm looking for. But it's not like I don't want to get a custom suit, and it's not like I'm doing this because I'm forced to either. Please don't worry. It's not that rare for customers to come with that kind of thought. Celine smiled and said so as she thought of her next move. Seeing how Akira took the first step to be one of those customers who put a vague order, complained about the result, and did not pay the full price, Celine was thinking about how to get Akira away from that route. In that case, where are you planning to go with that suit? What are you planning to do with that suit? And who are you going with while wearing that suit? Let's start with these questions first. In the end, clothing is something that you use to leave an impression on others. Thus, of course, the design of the suit would depend on the dress code, goal, and other things regarding where you are going and what you are going to do with that suit. Celine was expecting to wait for a bit since Akira would take some time to think before answering. But on the contrary, Akira replied back firmly almost immediately. I see, that does make sense. That's exactly what they are for in the first place after all. Well, so, I'm planning to go to a restaurant in the upper part of the Kagama building. If I'm not mistaken, the name of that restaurant is Styrian. And I'm planning to go there with some close friends and someone to whom I owe a favor. So basically it's a suit to go for dinner there. I guess that's all? That restaurant, huh? And these close friends are the other two who came here with you today, I presume? Yes, and another one too. So I'm planning to go there with a party of 4. Oh. I see. In order to get a better image for a suitable suit, is it okay if I inquire more details? Sure. Akira then started telling the chronology of how he ended up deciding to get a custom suit. The one who recommended Akira to order a custom suit was Shizuka. When they were talking about eating out together somewhere, Shizuka noticed that Akira had no outfit that could be called a casual outfit. Even when he was not doing any hunter work, Akira was usually using his augmented suit. He also used the same augmented suit when he went out eating as well, thinking that it was just another extension of his job as a hunter. When he was not exploring ruin and had nothing to do, he spent most of his time training in the wasteland. His only free time was basically when he was taking a bath or sleeping. But considering he did that to maintain his body in tip-top shape when he went to explore the ruin or for training, even those could even be said to be an extension of his job as a hunter as well. If someone asked him about his opinion about his lifestyle, Akira would reply back that he had no complaints at all. From Akira's point of view, he only saw himself as giving all he had in order to repay back the huge debt that he had to Alpha. But of course, he could not mention anything regarding this subject to Shizuka and the others, so he had no other choice but to stay away from that subject and come up with another excuse. But if he did not explain, Akira would seem like a madman, spending all his time for the sake of being a hunter, as if he was possessed. Hunting for relics and exploring ruins were both equally dangerous. Going out to such a dangerous place again and again would no doubt affect hunters' psyche. Those who had fallen as far as going to such a dangerous place by pure hobby were definitely crazy. So for Shizuka, who often did business with hunters, or even for Elena and Sarah, who were also fellow hunters, they could not say that Akira had any semblance of a decent lifestyle. Shizuka thought that it would be a good idea to let Akira experience something outside just being a hunter, to let him know that he could use his time and money for something else other than doing anything connected to being a hunter. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay sane for long. Shizuka worried that Akira would one day die thinking that it was a normal thing without even noticing the mental fatigue that he was suffering. On the other hand, Shizuka knew well that giving a warning to Akira regarding that matter had close to no effect. Since it was a good chance, she then suggested he get a custom suit so that he would leave behind any connection to being a hunter when they went out for dinner. Shizuka only made that suggestion casually. Akira was at first not sure whether to take that suggestion, but since it was not like he had any problem with money and for some reason, could feel Shizuka's worry from behind her smile, he decided to take that suggestion. Akira did not include most of that in his story to Celine. Due to his lack of communication skills in the end, it sounded like he decided to order a custom suit out of a whim. Thankfully, Celine, who was not as dense as Akira, more or less understood what Shizuka was trying to achieve. I see. Styrian is a rather high-class restaurant even among the hunters, so it's not rare to find them dining there still in their augmented suits. But, on the other hand, it's also a place to enjoy a normal relaxing day compared to the usual harsh daily lives of a hunter. They can even book a seat away from other hunters who are doing business there, and hunters can even rent a normal suit to get away from their usual battle suit. Oh, so they even have that kind of service, huh? I also believe that it would be a good chance to take a rest from the harsh daily life of a hunter. It would be great if the suit that I create is able to help you achieve that. Now then, I will base my design to be suitable for that restaurant. Do tell me if you have any wishes regarding the design. I have some samples too if you would like to see them. Celine operated her information terminal and showed Akira some examples of custom suits. Akira could see the picture of models wearing all kinds of designs, starting from a cool-looking sleek suit to a flashy suit. He hummed for a bit and looked slightly troubled. He then said with a serious look, "Is it possible to just leave the design fully up to you? I won't complain about the result." It's not like we can't do that, but a custom suit's main characteristic is that, unlike normal standard clothing, you can customize it to your heart content. But once we move on to the production, it would be difficult to make any big changes afterwards. If it's just a small change, I'll do my best to do it, but of course there's a limit on how far I can go. So, are you really okay with no particular wish regarding the suit? Celine said so to avoid getting complaints later. Akira thought for a bit before replying back with a bit of hesitation. I don't have any fashion sense, or more like, I think I'm very insensitive about fashion. That's why I don't want to make any demands just to end up with a weird suit. I'm even doubtful that I can recognize a weird design when I see one. But even so, back then when I came here to refit Cheryl's dress, I at least could recognize that it was well designed. So, if I have to make any demands, I want to get something amazing that can even make someone as insensitive as me able to recognize that it is a good design. Is that okay? Celine was taken aback. She was indeed happy to hear someone praise her work, but at the same time, if someone asked her to make something similar, she could not say yes right away. That dress was originally refitted from an old-world dress. So if I have to make something similar, I would have to use good quality fabric, and that would not be cheap. To be honest, Celine wished Akira would not put his hopes too high in case he complained about the result after he made such a demand, which kicked the price of the suit up. But Akira replied back casually, "Expensive, huh? How expensive exactly?" As expected, I would hesitate to pay if it goes up to 100 billion orum, or something like that though. Oh, of course it won't be that expensive. That is, as long as it's not an armor that looks like a suit from the outside or anything like that. In the first place, our shop doesn't handle that kind of clothing. I don't want anything like that. A normal suit that has nothing to do with fighting will do just fine. See, certainly. It reminded Celine that she was talking with a hunter who was earning a healthy amount of money. Even if that hunter had to pay 100 billion orum, it would be difficult but not impossible. She was dealing with that level of hunter. She was questioning herself if she would be able to make a suit that would satisfy such a hunter. That fear caused Celine to waver, but making a custom suit for such a person might allow her to use as much money as she wanted to realize the design that she had envisioned. That temptation overpowered her fear and completely wiped out any hesitation from her heart. As she made her resolve, Celine told herself that if she backed out here, it would be the end of her as a tailor. Very well, but considering that you are a hunter, it would cost about 6 million orum. If you could pay that much, I'll do my best to answer your expectation. Sure, you do accept hunter ID for the payment, right? To be honest, Celine was half expecting Akira would say no, but he casually said so and handed over his hunter ID. Celine received that hunter ID and used her terminal to process the payment. The payment went through smoothly. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the measurements, shall we? Come over here, please. She had received the payment. There was no turning back now, and she had no plans to step back in the first place. Celine was smiling as her soul of a tailor was burning hot. She then guided Akira to one of the rooms inside the shop. After Akira moved to Celine's workroom, he removed his augmented suit and undressed to only be in his underwear. Although he was from the slum city, he had been eating better food lately and had been tempering his body to the point that some doctors suspected him of trying to become a superhuman, hence Akira had a good body build. Celine could not help but to send a meaningful glance at him. Akira noticed her glance and found it weird. He made his own guess and asked, "Should I remove the rest to get a better measurement?" "Ah, no, you're okay like this." Celine banished that thought from her mind as she started taking measurements. But it did not take long for that thought to come back. Akira noticed it too. Does it look weird? It's originally an old world relic, so it might have a weird design. But I have nothing to complain about as long as it is comfortable. The skin-tight underwear stuck close to Akira's skin and completely followed the contour of his body build. It was made of a mysterious material that would not tear no matter how he moved, while at the same time, it was also comfortable to use. This was exactly the reason why many people would spend a lot of money to get old-world clothing articles. Celine flusteredly replied, "No, not at all. I just thought that you have a good body. No, I mean that's not it." Celine's real thoughts slipped out since she was so flustered. The moment she realized her blunder, it only made her even more flustered. But instead of finding it weird, Akira seemed to get what she said. "I see. Well, I had some close calls recently and got hospitalized afterwards, so I believe most of my injuries and scars were removed back then. After that, I've been using some expensive medicines too, so it must have completely healed all the smaller wounds." Akira had misunderstood, thinking that it was weird for a hunter not to have any old scar. "Back then, when I did not have an augmented suit, some of my wounds left scars. There was also a time when I was forced to heal my wound when a monster bit me, so it left me with a rather large scar. But now I have an augmented suit. As long as the monsters are not strong enough to break through its defense, normally I don't get any scars anymore. Although I'm pretty sure when I face something strong enough to break through my augmented suit, forget leaving a scar, it would definitely kill me." "I see, as expected, that kind of treatment must be pretty expensive, right?" "Yeah, the one when I got hospitalized was 50 million orum, while the medicines that I'm using right now is about 1 to 5 million orum per box." Akira said casually as if it was an insignificant amount. He had been earning and spending a huge amount of money on a regular basis and it had dulled his sense of money. Celine realized it was no wonder Akira paid 6 million orum without any hesitation since he was earning that much. "As I thought, it's pretty expensive." "Well, it's indeed expensive, but there's nothing more expensive than life, you see. And that's true for equipment too. It would be meaningless to be frugal about it if it ends up getting myself killed." "You have a point there." There were many hunters who splurged on momentary pleasure. After all, they could die any time. Even for Akira, there was no guarantee that he would return back alive after placing that order for his custom suit. Celine was listening with great interest to the story of a hunter who was living in a completely different world than her despite being around the same age, while still continuing to take measurements. Once she finished taking measurements, she escorted Akira back to the shop's main hall and returned back to her room. She then took a long deep breath. "All right then, let's do this." She pumped herself up in order to challenge herself to make a suit that would surpass her past masterpiece and started working with a huge grin on her face. Elena and Sarah were browsing the clothes in the shop with Kashua as their guide. Even now, they were looking at the mirror with the dress that Kashua recommended to see how they looked. But then Elena sounded disappointed as she said, "It doesn't really suit your fancy, I guess." "It's not bad. But I actually have a similar dress and I have no plans to get another one." "I see, if I may. How much is your budget for today?" "We haven't really decided on the budget. We're basically here just to accompany Akira." "Ah, is it like you have some special articles that you only show to suitable potential customers?" "It's not like we're keeping them secret, but we do have those kinds of articles. As an example, we have some old-world underwears which of course we can't just show to all of our customers." Using the words "as an example" was actually a calculated move from Kashua to pull up the shop's worth. It made it sound like other similar articles had been sold in the past, and there was no guarantee that she would be able to get the same clothing article again. Kashua was about to continue by saying that she might offer them if Elena and Sarah would be one of the shop's frequent customers, but Elena then casually said, "In that case I don't really need them. Sarah and I already have enough for the spares too. So we have no plans to buy more at the moment. I'm really sorry." "Oh, of course, it's no problem at all." Kashua was calculating the total money needed to achieve that in the back of her mind and was slightly taken aback. Not to mention, if it's a similar design to Akira-san's, it won't be cheap. When manager, you do know that very well, right? Of course, but it'll be fine. I know that you're worried since Akira is a hunter who is earning well, so it won't be weird for him to order an expensive suit. But don't worry. The other two are also great hunters. They said that they even have enough old-world clothing as reserves, you know? As I thought, successful hunters are so different from those common hunters. Seeing her excited sister, Celine then said with a serious tone, "Manager, check the order history first. If they are really going to order a similar design, make sure to let them know that it would take some time. If they're still okay with it, then bring them here for measurement." Kashua found it a little weird and checked the order history. The moment she saw the recent order, she could not hold back her surprise. 6 million orum. Celine, what the heck were you thinking? He said that he wanted an amazing suit just like the refitted old world dress that I did before. I need at least that much money to be able to do it. But even after I warned him, he still accepted it. So what's left for me to do is just to give my best to answer his expectations. That's why I want to focus on this job. Kashua started ruffling her hair, seeing which Celine lowered her tone. If you still accept that order as the manager of the shop, then as the staff of this shop, I'll do my best to complete the order. It's my job as the tailor to work on the custom orders after all. So similarly, I'll leave the negotiation part to you since it is your job. Kashua did want her shop to flourish, and she also wanted her sister to be able to use her talent with no obstruction. After calculating how much burden it would put on Celine and how much reputation of her shop was on the line, then, considering the risk of damage in case if they lost this gamble, Kashua then asked Celine for her confirmation. Even if I got them to put the custom orders, you won't make any compromise regarding the quality, right? Yes, as long as you can get me enough time. All right then. It seemed that Celine had made her resolve as a tailor, so Kashua also made her resolve as the manager of the shop. After that, Kashua ended up getting custom orders for 4 people. Elena had contacted Shizuka, who also ordered a custom dress with a similar design as well. Elena and Sarah were surprised when they heard that the price was 6 million orum. But it was nothing strange considering that it would be as good as an old-world dress. Since they did not want to look pathetic in front of Akira, and not to mention that Akira looked happy for some reason too, they did not hold back on their custom dress. They then finished taking their measurements and scheduled Shizuka to come there another day to get her measurement. As Kashua watched Akira, Elena, and Sarah leave the shop with happy faces, she mumbled, "In total, we got 24 million orum worth orders today. If we make a blunder here, it might as well be the end of this shop. Let's make sure not to bother Celine." Kashua was smiling happily as she fired herself up to face such a significant order for her shop. Rebuild World Chapter 204, Group Coordination Support Augmented Suit. Akira was spending his time training in his garage inside his home. Ever since he bought a large vehicle, he had to renovate his garage to fit it in. But now that it was out for repair, the garage was large enough to use as his training ground. But during his training, Akira was not seeing his own garage. Instead, he felt like he was inside an old-world room in the middle of an old-world ruin. And he was running through the room evading Alpha's flurry of attacks. As Akira aimed his empty SSB rifle at Alpha and pulled the trigger, a virtual bullet shot out from the muzzle following realistic mathematical calculations. Alpha hid behind a virtual wall to take cover from those bullets. She then swung a virtual blade that cut through the virtual wall and aimed straight for Akira. Akira leapt and rolled over to evade the incoming blade. But one of the rubble scattered on the ground tripped him over. His augmented suit stiffened the moment his leg struck the non-existent rubble, throwing him off balance. That small opening was enough for Alpha to peek out from behind the wall and shoot him. By the end of that sequence, an image of Akira with his head blown off was lying on the ground. Akira looked at that image and sighed. He looked slightly displeased as he said, "This time I didn't even last 10 seconds, huh? Alpha, it's not like I'm asking you to pull back your punches, but like, can you go a little easy on me? This is just a one-sided fight. Can you make some adjustments for the training? Alpha, who was behind a wall some distance away from him, suddenly teleported in front of him. She was using an old-world fighting suit which was exposing too much skin according to the current standard. The suit gave a clear view of her shoulder and thighs as well as a part of the valley on her chest. She had blades on both of her hands which she used to attack Akira just now, and her rifle was not only equipped to shoot bullets but also lasers from its muzzle. Alpha then gently said to Akira with a smile, "Nope. I've already placed some level of adjustment, you know? It's your turn to do your best to put up a fight." I'm already doing my best here, but it also depends on the opponent's weapons and positioning and luck too. Like, that blade that can even cut through the wall, is that even necessary for this training? Akira said so while questioning the aforementioned weapon, but Alpha then said teasingly, "Even if you say luck is an aspect, I think your luck is already in the correct setting though? After all, you did fight someone with a similar weapon in the past, right? Personally speaking, it would be great if you can get strong enough to fight against your bad luck as soon as possible." Well, you have a point there, but still. Akira could not help but frown since Alpha did give him a real example. Although he accepted that reasoning, part of him still could not accept it for a different reason. It was obvious from his face that he was feeling conflicted about it. Well, we already did quite a lot of damage in this place, so can you clean that up for now? Sure. All the virtual objects from Akira's augmented vision vanished, including all the images of the dead Akira, the blood that was scattered on the wall and the floor, the walls that were put there to make the huge garage suitable for close-ranged fights, the holes on those walls from the bullets, the scorch marks on the floor. Everything vanished and his vision returned back to normal, to his original garage. But still, this is really convenient. It's not like I'm using real bullets, so it's not like I'm paying for the bullets that I shoot. I can shoot as many expensive bullets as I want. We could have used this kind of training sooner. Unfortunately, in order to give you realistic feedback via your augmented suit, I need to be able to do fine-tuning and detailed adjustments to your augmented suit, which means that I couldn't do it unless you were using a high-quality augmented suit. Thanks to your new augmented suit, I can finally do that to some extent. If we use an inadequate augmented suit, the feedback from the augmented suit would be far from realistic. That's why we didn't do it until now. Oh, I see. I'm really glad I splurged on my equipment. Akira was fully convinced by that answer, and Alpha was smiling like usual. Alpha was not lying there, but she did hide some fine details from her explanation. One of the main factors why they could do that training now was because Alpha's connection through the old world domain with Akira was stronger than before. This way, she was able to transfer a bigger load of data to his brain. The reason why Akira leapt out to evade the incoming blade, although he should not have been able to see it coming from behind the wall, was because he felt its presence and reacted accordingly. Although it was not like he completely saw through Alpha's move, he just received enough information to trigger his instinct. It was from a faint change in his surroundings, like a slight change in the ambient sound. Akira was able to experience that level close to reality during this virtual training. This also meant that one day, Akira would be able to feel Alpha, who was nothing but virtual data, through the same means. While on the other hand, Alpha, who was nothing but virtual data, would be able to choke Akira to death through the same means too, just like a ghost choking someone to death. Alpha, I'm tired, can we take a short break? Sure, in that case, we can finish the training here for today. Let's see. I'll decide later after a short break. Akira thought that his mental fatigue was from the nervousness during the training when it actually came from the burden of the huge data transfer. Not to mention, he was keeping his time compression up throughout the training as well, so it further prevented him from noticing that. While Akira was taking a break, a call from Shiro came in. He was about to pick the call up when Alpha suddenly interjected. You don't need to use your terminal. Instead, just pick that call through me. It's fine. If I get too used to doing that, I feel like I will progressively stop using my terminal. In the worst-case scenario, it might cause me to make a blunder somewhere. So it's better if I keep using my terminal like usual. If you want to commit to it, you can just say that you have a thought-controlled type terminal planted inside your head, you know. For some reason I just don't like that idea. If we're going down that route, I prefer the external equipment that I can control with my brainwave. But considering that brainwaves can be read through several means, I feel like someone can eavesdrop on that too. I guess it's too late for me to be worrying about that, huh? In the first place, my brainwave is already readable all the time after all. Akira sent a teasing glance at Alpha, who replied back with a capricious smile. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well, thanks for that. Akira smiled back at Alpha on one side. He reminded himself that was indeed the case. In contrast to that, Alpha found something bothering her about Akira, but she did not show it on her face. After some time, Akira took his bike and went to the location that Cheryl told him when she called. Alpha, who was floating next to him, was curious and asked, "But still, there's no need to stop your own training just to go join another training, right? It's fine, isn't it? I'm bored of getting my ass kicked by you. It'll be a good change of pace. Furthermore, I'm also interested in what Cheryl told me. Moreover, you did say that you don't mind ending the training there, didn't you? But to be honest, I'm not sure that training with Ario and the others can serve as a good training for you anymore." Well, that would depend on how far what Cheryl said is true. While Akira took a short break from the training inside his garage, he had got a call from Cheryl. Basically, she asked him to help Ario and the other children's training if he had the time. When he asked about the details of the training, something piqued his interest, so he decided to stop his own training and went to help Ario and the others. When he arrived at the training location, which was in the middle of the wasteland, he spotted a big trailer parked there with Ario and the other children undergoing mock battle near it. Cheryl and some people in sleek suits were watching their training. Akira stopped his bike near the trailer and met up with them. Cheryl, who was wearing a light outfit for the wasteland, happily welcomed him with a smile. "Akira, thank you for coming, although it was rather sudden." "Don't worry. I'm also a bit interested in the training after all." One of the men in suits politely welcomed Akira. "Akira-sama, I presume? I'm Yadagawa from a company dealing with machines. We're really thankful that Cheryl-sama is volunteering to work with us to test our group coordination support augmented suit." Yeah, sure." Akira glanced at Cheryl, seeking an explanation. So Cheryl interjected, "Yadagawa-san, I have something to talk about with Akira first. Meanwhile, can you prepare Ario and the others for the training?" "Of course." Yadagawa lightly excused himself and went back to the trailer. Cheryl sat next to Akira, grabbed his hand, and stared at him. "But still, it has been quite a while since the last time you came to see me. I'm happy to see you again." Has it really been that long?" Akira looked honestly confused, so Cheryl longingly said, "To be honest, I wish I can see you every day." "That won't happen, I'm pretty busy myself, you see." Although Cheryl was acting to some extent, she was not lying. She seemed to be genuinely happy to see the person she loved after quite some time. In contrast to that, Akira replied in his usual manner. Even after she affectionately held his hand and looked at him with endearment, he only showed the bare minimum reaction to her. Her actions, which would trick a lot of people, her words that she picked to bring Akira closer, and her expression used to pull Akira in, all of those things would only be properly conveyed between the people who loved each other. But that was not the case for Akira. Cheryl was reminded of the reality that hurt her heart. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. But I would be super happy even if you only come to see me to kill time." "Oh. Sure. I'll do that if I have free time." Cheryl did her best to smile. At least Akira did not hate her. He still came even when she asked him out of the blue, as long as he did not have anything else to do. She told herself that to push in the welling sadness from inside her heart. She then went on to explain Akira about the situation. In return for removing his rival, Inabe had offered Cheryl some support for her relic shop, which included equipment as well as firepower. These equipment were not counted into their deal, which was only for the quality and the quantity of relics sent to her shop. Although Akira was the backer and guardian of Cheryl's gang, it was not like he was always in Cheryl's base to defend it against attackers. He was basically like a firepower reserved for retaliation and not firepower for direct defense. With Inabe sending expensive relics to Slum City, he wanted more insurance so that those relics would not be stolen or robbed. That was why Inabe used his personal connection to seek help from an experimental technology from a certain company, and get Cheryl involved with the testing of that technology. It was technology that they were thinking of offering to the city defense squad eventually. Thus, it would be meaningless if it was not even good enough to be used in the slum city. Although Cheryl's gang was somehow able to get a deal with a big gang such as Shijima's, leaving Akira aside, the gang would only be left with Ario and the other children who could not be counted as a deterrent. Since it was basically a gang consisting of small children, it would not really help if they tried to get more members. While on the other hand, its territory had grown big enough that it had become difficult to properly guard all its territory. Cheryl's gang was actually having a crisis in terms of the ability to enforce. That was when Inabe came with a timely offer. Since they were volunteering to test the system, it did not cost Cheryl any money. Akira, who was listening to her explanation, found something that was bothering him. Won't Katsuragi complain if you use another company's product for your gang? Indeed. We're in the midst of negotiation about that matter. But don't worry, Katsuragi-san is the merchant that you introduced to us and we're also in his debt too. So we won't do anything bad. Not to mention, this type of augmented suit is not something that Katsuragi-san has, so it should be alright. Well, I leave that part to you. But still augmented suits, huh? And with coordination support too. That sounds pretty amazing. That was when Yadagawa returned to them. The other person that he brought with him overheard what Akira just said and excitedly interjected in Cheryl and Akira's conversation. Oh, you have some interest in it. By all means, feel free to try our product. It's the latest product from our company and we can guarantee its quality. I see. In contrast to Akira, who was a bit overwhelmed by Tabata's excitement, Tabata continued with his high enthusiasm. Sorry, I'm Tabata. I'm the developer of the Coordination Support Augmented Suit, or to be more precise, the Coordination Support System King's Mind. I'm also involved in creating the augmented suit to use in tandem with the system, as well as its development. We're aiming to create a new standard for the next generation augmented suit, and seeing that it would continue indefinitely if left alone, Yadagawa immediately cut him short. Tabata, I'll do the business-related stuff so you go prepare for the test. Alright, my bad. Akira-sama, in order to adjust for the hit calculation, I'll need to sync your equipment with the system. I hope that it doesn't bother you. You just need an aiming device that will work with an information-gathering device. Even a cheap one will do. In case it isn't compatible, I need to ask you to use our equipment instead? Are you okay with that? Or do you want to use our equipment right from the start instead? In that case, can you check if my rifle can work with the system? Of course, over here please. Tabata guided Akira to the trailer. The inside was littered with strange equipment, and it looked like a mix of a laboratory and a workshop. The aiming device of Akira's SSB rifle was compatible to sync with the system. After a short adjustment to connect to the system, Akira received a short explanation about the virtual bullet used in the training. He then started shooting at a target practice to finish the finer adjustments. Akira aimed at the target and after getting some hit notifications, he then tilted his head and mumbled. That last one, the system said that it was a hit, but I'm pretty sure that was not a hit though. Is that so? The system says that it was a hit, you know. Can you put up a practice target at a fixed distance away? And keep it there even after I hit it? Akira then started shooting again. This time he deliberately shifted his aim bit by bit to investigate the hit calculation of the system. I feel like it's not accurate though. Like from a certain range, the system calculates the hit using a random chance based on the bullet landing radius. Well, this is basically the system that we use to calculate a hit. Alright then, by the way. I'm okay with the adjustment now. Akira then left the room together with Tabata. The other technicians who saw him leave looked at each other with a frown. Say about that just now though, do you think it's true? No idea. There are a lot of people who complain that their shot should have hit when the system doesn't recognize it, but normally no one would complain when their shot hit though. Usually those who do that are people who just want to look cool. We still have the log anyway. I guess I'll try to recalculate it with better accuracy. Since it was not a weapon test, the hit recognition of the system was not that advanced. After all, a more accurate recognition system would demand more calculation time. In that situation where the system was still calculating for the hit, they could not afford to stop the experiment while waiting for the result to come out. It was better to adopt a faster hit recognition during the testing since their main goal was testing the coordination support system. The technician used his terminal to pull up the shooting data and threw it into the advanced system for calculation. This is taking some time. Well, it's not like we're using the headquarters' computer after all. It's to be expected that it'll take some time since we're using the computer in the trailer. Oh, it's out, Well, if it's only this much, it's not that bad though it looks like he was just shifting his aim left and right. Oh. While those technicians were laughing, another technician beside them restarted the calculation with a serious face. What are you doing here? I just thought of redoing the calculation after adding other data sets too. Other data sets? Like the wind, humidity, temperature, the effect from the light colorless mist. Basically, everything that I can add together. With more data, the calculation takes longer as well. As expected, it took more time than the last calculation, but when the result was out, it really surprised all the technicians. No way. He's right. This data, although it seems that he's just shifting his aim left and right, he was actually checking how close he needs to shoot at the target to register a hit. He deliberately made the system calculate a hit and a miss in turn. Wait, no way, that's impossible unless he knows how our system works, you know? The system is set to recognize the hit not from a random chance. He might have calculated and backtracked the hit recognition calculation with repeated shooting. No, it's not like he actually calculated it. It's more like he understood it instinctively. The technicians frowned and smiled wryly at each other. That gives me goosebumps. I heard that guy is a great hunter despite being young. As I thought, people like him are just built differently, don't you think? The technicians shook off the shiver that ran down their spine as they returned back to their original job. The technicians were more or less correct. But Alpha was the one who told Akira where to shoot to check for the system's hit recognition. And although he received some support from his augmented suit, Akira was able to execute accurate shooting following Alpha's instruction. His skill had already exceeded the shooting skill of a common human after all. The mock battle between Akira and Ario plus other children, which also doubled as a test for the coordination support system, started. Just like usual, Akira was alone versus Ario and the rest. The mock battle would stop every time one side was completely eliminated. But unlike usual, Ario and the other children were all using augmented suits, and they were receiving instruction from the coordination support system in the display visor under their full-face helmets. The coordination support system recognized the current situation and the location of all the members. It then gave instructions for all the members to work as a team. It gathered information from the individual information gathering device carried by each person to share the information of their locations and flesh out the location of the opponent. At the same time, it also prevented friendly fire. It transformed the members under its command from an uncoordinated group to a well-oiled group, increasing their effectiveness as a team. Moreover, it also controlled individual augmented suits to some extent to provide support to its user. It included the ability to evade enemy attacks and to shoot back at the opponents. This meant that the augmented suit would be able to move outside the user's wish. Whether it was a good thing or not, different people had different opinions on it. There were many people who did not like the feeling of their body moving without their consent. But since it was moving following the movement of its users at the moment, Ario and the other children did not feel any discomfort using it. After a few rounds, Akira's loss rate was floating around 50%. Tabata was smiling happily after seeing that result. It seemed that the system that they developed was performing really well. In the end, Ario and the other children were complete amateurs. They were nothing more than children from the slum. Although it was a single person against a huge group, they were able to maintain that winning rate against a high-ranking hunter thanks to the coordination support system. It was a good result from the system developers as well as from the business point of view. After a few rounds, Tabata happily went to Ario and the other children while they were taking a rest from the mock battles. How was the system? With this coordination support system, if you work together, then you can even beat the hunter that you guys are relying on all this time, you know? Isn't it amazing? But the children looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. Then Ario spoke up to summarize what everyone was thinking there. It's indeed amazing, but... HM? Is there anything that you find unpleasant? No need to hold back. We're in the middle of development. so we're also collecting opinions from its user to improve it. No, it's not like that. I heard that it's difficult to move inside an augmented suit until you get used to it, but I don't feel anything like that. But of course, we have put a lot of effort to make it move as naturally as possible, you know? And the voice, as well as the instructions shown in the helmet, don't block our vision that much as well. Yep. We made sure that it won't block your view. The voice is soft enough to be heard but not too loud, and the instructions are concise and easy to understand. The instruction display and design are all calculated. The voice volume and the length of the instruction are adjusted to be easy to catch depending on the situation that you're in, and Tabata was bragging proudly of the system that he had developed, but he suddenly stopped when he noticed Ario and the other children's expressions. So what problem exactly are you having then? Nothing exactly, it's just that. About why our winning rate is 50%. Well, it's difficult to say this nicely, but I'm pretty sure that he's not taking this seriously, or more like, he's pulling his punches. Tabata, who was jovial up until now, frowned. Pulling his punches? What do you mean? It might be more correct to call it a handicap, I guess. We actually had similar training before with Akira-san, and back then our winning rate was also 50%. He said that he put in some adjustments to keep the winning rate around that number, like decreasing the power output of his augmented suit, or he would stop using his information gathering device, or reducing the firing range of his rifle. I'm pretty sure he's doing the same thing this time too. I see. Excuse me for a moment. Tabata said so with a serious face as he left Ario and the other children and headed towards Akira. The children looked at each other, wondering if they just said something that they should not have. After hearing Tabata's explanation, Akira thought for a bit before answering. It's not like I'm deliberately going easy on them, and it's not like I'm putting a handicap on myself just because I want to. I'm really taking this seriously as a training. It's true that I'm not taking this as if it's a real fight, and if you say that is exactly the proof that I'm going easy on them, well, I can't really deny it. I see. Tabata frowned. Yudagawa, who was recommending some of the company's products during the break, also smiled bitterly. He had lost his ground in recommending their products. The reason why Cheryl's gang was picked to test the new system was not only because of Inabe's connection but also for Yudagawa's sake as well. They were trying to sell their augmented suit to Akira. Shooting down a powered suit all by himself, defeating the huge monster that half-destroyed a certain area near the outskirts of Kazusuhara Ruin, and many other achievements as well. Akira had taken the interest of a certain group of people who were seeking high-ranking hunters. A normal boy from the slum, without anything special, suddenly became super strong in such a short time after using a certain augmented suit. Even if it was not the truth, letting such rumor out would be a great advertisement for the company. Cheryl's connection with Akira and the fact that her gang was selected to test the new technology, if that information was spread together with that rumor, it would be enough to convince some people. If that rumor went out, some people might think that Akira was actually involved in that experiment for quite some time and they were just hiding it from the public, or his augmented suit was custom built based on that new technology, or he was gathering achievement before making it public, or all that he did up until now was actually for the sake of advertisement. Some people would think that they might become as strong as him if they could get the same augmented suit as him. The record showing that the system allowed a group of amateurs from the slum city, who were mere children, to defeat a high-ranking hunter, was basically the perfect record to advertise the system. But both Akira and the children were saying that the 50% winning rate was because Akira was not taking the fight seriously. Thus, that record was basically meaningless. If that information also leaked out with their rumor, it would be ineffective. Yudagawa, who thought so, then smiled and said to Akira, "In that case, Akira-sama, would it be possible for you to take the fight seriously as if it is a real fight?" Well, even if you say so. Akira seemed a bit troubled there, so Yudagawa tried to give another push by provoking him. It's not like it is a one-on-one fight, so you can use that as an excuse if you lose. Cheryl, who noticed that cheap provocation, frowned in displeasure. But Akira did not even notice that it was a provocation. It's not about losing or winning. But if I take it seriously, it means that I'll have to use my money too. It's not like the energy pack for my augmented suit is free, you know? Not to mention the medicine that I need to take in case I need to push my body to execute certain maneuvers too. There are cases when I get too tired and have to take a short break from my hunter work as well. So if you are telling me to take the fight seriously, I will have to charge you, you know? I'm just here helping with the training purely out of curiosity. So I have no wish to go that far for free, you see. Yudagawa was trying to see if it was just an excuse to avoid having to take that fight seriously or if Akira was being serious there. But before he could say anything, Tabata suddenly said, "All right, I'll pay for it then. I'll pay you 100,000 orum per round." "Wait, Tabata. 100,000 orum, huh? Yudagawa started to panic since Tabata suddenly made that suggestion without consulting with him. And Akira seemed to be interested in that offer too. Seeing that, Tabata just ignored Yudagawa and gave another push. "Let's do this instead then. I'll pay you 100,000 or more for each round. But if you lose, I'll have you pay instead. How about that?" "All right." Akira smiled and said so firmly. In contrast to that, Tabata made a serious look. "All right then, starting from the next round we'll take it as if it is a serious fight, right? I'll go and readjust the settings then." Tabata returned back to the trailer. Yudagawa was at loss for a bit before excusing himself and went to the trailer too. Cheryl looked at Akira. "Akira, are you sure about this? Is it something that I shouldn't have done?" "No, if you're okay with it, then it's fine." Cheryl was actually worried if Akira would incur consecutive losses and lose a lot of money instead. But judging from his reaction, it seemed like it should be fine as she prevented herself from saying anything further. After all, she could not afford to ask what he would do if he kept losing since it would sound as if she was doubting his strength and that might offend him. Akira found Cheryl's reaction a bit weird, but she immediately changed the subject and he did not pursue it any further. Rebuild World Chapter 205 Real Battle Assumption. Yudagawa looked at Tabata with a confused expression. "Hey, are you sure you're going to be okay after saying that? I'll pay the fee using the budget for the test. I'm the one with the authority on how to use that money, so I won't use the marketing funds." "That's not it. What are you going to do if you keep losing? Hunters are pretty persistent when it comes to money, you know?" "I'll change the system setting to prioritize winning. Just so you know, I too am actually holding back since it was just a test. But from here on, no more holding back. So it should be fine." But still, Yudagawa just could not shake off his worry. Tabata looked straight at Yudagawa with a sharp gaze. "Are you going to say that the system that I made will have no chance of winning?" Yudagawa flinched back from the pressure. He then lightly sighed and said, "All right, just do what you want. But I'll stop you if you lose or win too many times, okay? The biggest enemy of a merchant is the enmity of the customer, you know? Keep in mind that it's me who will face the full brunt from the customer." "Okay, I'll leave it to you when to stop. Moreover, I'll lower the setting if I get too many consecutive wins. But do tell me if you want me to stop." Yudagawa and his men started changing the parameter setting for the group coordination support augmented suit. Although the technicians had a troubled look on their faces while working on the ongoing test, they still changed the setting as they were told. Yudagawa looked at his men working while fighting back the headache attacking him, thinking about what might happen. When Tabata told Ario and the other children what was going on, it raised a small excited murmur while at the same time, they had a concerned look on their faces. When you say that we'll have a real battle after this, does that mean that we're going to use real bullets? Or that it will be painful when we get hit?" "Don't worry. It'll be the same as before. But the order coming from the system will be under the assumption that you are in a real battle. So basically you guys will have to run and do some difficult moves, both will put your body in some level of stress. Since you're volunteering for the test, I hope that you can understand that and bear with it." "Well, if it's only that much, then." As the children regained some of their calm, Tabata then said with a serious expression, "It's just as you said, he's been holding back up until now. But from here on out he'll stop holding back anymore. If you guys can win against him with the help of the coordination support augmented suit, it'll be proof of your strength, as well as the proficiency of the system. So endure the fight, I'll give my best support as well. I'm counting on you guys." Tabata turned around and headed back to the trailer. Ario and the other children started conversing with each other. Winning against serious Akira-san, huh? Do you think we can do it? Don't be stupid. Akira-san went alone to Izant family's base during that commotion and saved boss. You know? We basically have zero winning chance against him. But this augmented suit is a new product from a huge company which originally would cost a whole lot of money. That's just how great this augmented suit is, right? I'm sure that Izant family also had some crazy equipment with them too, but all of us are using this amazing augmented suit right now. So our winning chances are not exactly zero, right? Well, it's not like Akira-san will come at us with full force trying to kill us anyway. So maybe we can win? We'll do the mock battle several times, so if we can at least win a round. The thought of the possibility of winning against Akira. It was not a reckless abandonment. They started to believe that it was a worthwhile gamble. Akira was also a boy from the slum city, just like the rest of them. The only difference was that he rose up as a hunter while the rest of them stayed as children of the slum. They started to think that if they could win against someone like Akira, they might be able to break the impenetrable wall that had been separating them. This might be a good chance to do that. As that thought permeated and spread among them, they started getting fired up for the next mock battle. Ario clapped his hand once to gather everyone's attention and to calm everyone down. Putting aside whether we can win or not, one thing for sure, we'll have to give our best for our next battle. That's all there is to it. Don't get too excited and stay sharp. Let's go. Ario put his helmet back on, which he had taken off during their short break, and started walking to his designated position. The other children also wore their helmets and followed the orders that came up inside the helmet. Once Ario arrived at his designated location, he repeatedly took deep breaths to calm himself down while waiting for the start signal. That was when a voice came out from the inside of the helmet. Detected high anxiety level. Please calm down in order to keep the effectiveness high. I know. Do you want to use low concentration anxiety drugs through the ventilator? Warning, no compatible drug detected. Unable to dispense. Just shut up then. Ario inadvertently raised his voice from the irritation. He then reconfirmed his situation and changed gear. Calm down. This is just a test. They did tell us that they are still holding back a lot of things. If I don't calm down, I won't be able to win what's originally winnable. In reality, Ario was as anxious as the other children. Even when Akira stopped joining their usual training, they continued doing training by themselves. The MTH rifle for training that they received from Akira was originally unusable without Alpha, but with the help from Cheryl and Viola, they somehow gathered enough equipment to get them usable, and had Colbert to help them in their training. All the training that they had in the past gave them a level of confidence. Colbert even went to rent a vehicle, and took them to the wasteland to do some easy subjugation requests. Their skill was more or less good enough for them to be called newbie hunters. If we can win against Akira, even if it's just purely out of luck, Cheryl would recognize our skill as well. We can get better treatment, better position, and finally, face a lower risk of getting kicked out from the gang. Ario and the other children felt that their positions were in danger. Although the overall power of the gang increased dramatically, it was purely from Cheryl, Viola, and Akira's contribution. On the other hand, Ario and the other children almost did not contribute to it at all. To put it simply, the gang needed them less and less. After the cleanup of that incident in the slum city, Cheryl's standing was considerably elevated among the gangs in the slum city. The gang was even able to borrow some men from Shijima's gang from time to patrol the area under their gang's control. Even some of the staff from the reopened relic shop came from Viola's connection. But some of the members of the gang were not completely happy with those changes. With the boss of the gang regarded highly among the gangs in the slum city, and the hunter backing the gang being strong enough to defeat a powered suit alone, both of them were extremely strong pillars for the gang. But at the same time, they made it harder for the children to be laid back. Even if Cheryl kicked out most of the gang members, she already had enough influence to get some men from other gangs to fill their positions. As for Akira, he was only helping out Cheryl, so strictly speaking, he was not on the same side as them. Although Cheryl and Akira had already distinguished themselves as no longer mere slum children, Ario and the others still could not escape that position. Then before they even realized it, Cheryl had even gained a connection to someone within the city management, and that officer was even lending them augmented suits as well as providing the gang with relics. Mere slum children had no chance of competing with that officer. Ario and the children were always worried that they might get kicked out of the gang anytime. As they were doing their mock battle training, each of them reacted differently due to that worry. Some replaced it with admiration, some pushed themselves harder to show their worth, and some completely looked away from that matter. Ario chose to do his best in order to show his worth. After all, he might need to use that strength to protect Alicia if something bad were to happen. If we can win against Akira when he's serious, that would definitely be a great achievement. Furthermore, we're not really in danger since it's just training, and even if we get to shoot Akira, it's not like he or Cheryl would get angry at us either. This is the perfect chance, let's do this. Ario's serious face was filled with steel-like determination. The coordination support system started the countdown until the start of the mock battle on the helmet's display. As the number approached 0, Ario heightened his focus to its peak. As soon as the countdown reached 0, he immediately started running. Not too far from the training ground, Alpha smiled amusedly and asked Akira, who was waiting for the signal to start the training. So then how much support do you want this time? No support please. Alpha's smile distorted a bit. Oh, that's pretty brave of you. They're getting serious this time, so I'm pretty sure that they'll be coming at you without holding back to win the round though. Are you sure you can win? It's not about winning or losing. They said that they'll pay for the expense, so there's no more need to hold back. Well, if I'm losing too much, I'll ask for your help to get back my win-lose ratio. Alright, but just to be safe, you're planning to win all the rounds, right? Of course. It's all good then. But just for a bit, I'll make a slight adjustment to your shooting. After all, I don't want you to get too used to that imperfect hit calculation. Sure, fair enough. It seems that we're starting. Akira's headgear display showed a countdown until the start of the mock battle. He calmed down his breathing and gathered his focus. He lowered his SSB rifles on both of his hands and relaxed his muscles. He soaked in the information sent to his information-gathering device to his augmented suit through his skin and probed for the opponent's location around him. From his headgear display, Akira could see what was behind him from his information-gathering device along with the scene captured from the aiming device from both of his SSB rifles. He distributed his focus to those information displays as well in order to expand the horizon of his consciousness. Focus. Remember that feeling. Even if it's only a portion of it, bring my consciousness closer to that time and pull off here. Akira asked Alpha in detail about what she did to him during his fight against the old world automata. He felt like all his 5 senses were boosted to the point that it was as if he was transported into a completely different world. And Alpha's explanation regarding that support surprised Akira. The world from Akira's point of view was based on the information coming to his brain, and due to the time needed for his brain to interpret that information, the world painted in his brain would always be late. In short, Akira was always perceiving not the current world, but a world where things had already occurred. So in order to shorten that time, he was filtering out any unneeded information from his brain. And in order to compensate for the reduced information, his brain had to fill in the hole with rough predictions. Basically, he was only perceiving a rough approximation of the world. Furthermore, Alpha used her special private connection with Akira through the old world domain to intercept the incoming information, analyze them, and then send the result back to Akira. Due to Alpha's powerful computation ability, it further shortened the calculation time, and with Akira skipping most of the information digesting process that he would normally have to do, his perception of the world got very, very close to the real current world, to the point that it was as if he was in a completely different world. To put it simply, it was as if, while the others were using a slow machine that could only pick blurred images, Akira was using a machine with clear images and superb reaction speed. As long as his opponents could not read the future, they had no chance to get ahead of him. Alpha explained all of these things in detail to Akira while keeping a few things to herself. After that, Akira's training changed into getting him to be able to control the process when he was perceiving the current world. It was actually close to impossible for Akira to do it without Alpha's support. But it was not impossible for him to try to get closer to that state. During the short exchange against his opponent, he extracted the information of where his opponent was, And his consciousness indeed was getting closer and closer to perceiving the current world, not the past world. I can do this. If I don't believe in myself, I won't even be able to do what's possible. I can do this. Now I just need to keep trying until I can actually do it. Akira renewed his resolve. He kicked the ground almost at the same time as when the signal for the start of the mock battle went off. In order to collect information regarding the test, the area around that place was littered with small information-gathering devices. Tabata was looking at the data gathered from those devices and could not hide his surprise. One of the technicians smiled bitterly and muttered, "Well, this is pretty bad. To be honest, it's a good data set considering it's from a test. But still, I don't know if there's any point in continuing to do this. Tabata-san, are we going to continue with this pattern set?" The technicians witnessed a small portion of Akira's power during the aiming device adjustment. Because of that, they more or less expected that this would happen, so their reaction to the result only ended with a bitter smile. But that was not the case for Tabata. He was staring at the ongoing mock battle with a stern face. Get the data learning constant to maximum. If we do that, the system will lean toward adjusting itself on how to fight that particular hunter. It will be unusable for general use, you know? We might be able to get a win if we do that. But still. Just do it. All right. The technician smiled wryly and did as he was told to. Tabata still had his eyes fixed on the monitor showing the progress of the mock battle. He could see that Ario and the other children were gunned down one by one at an unbelievable speed. Ario was running with a stern face. The augmented suit setting was changed from prioritizing and keeping the user's burden to a minimum into prioritizing to empower its user. Thanks to that, he was able to run faster and more agile than ever before, but the burden that it put on his body was not small. At first, Ario was delighted when he found out that he was way stronger than ever before. Although the sudden increase in the burden was nowhere pleasant, the sensation as if he suddenly became superhuman thanks to his augmented suit strength still made him immensely happy and motivated. When he thought that he might be able to win with his power-up, that exact thought was completely destroyed when he glanced at the display inside his helmet which showed the current situation. The other children were shot down one by one, and when he was still trying to cope with the surprise, the number did not stop falling. Then, before he realized it, the number had reduced to 1. He was the only one still alive. Right at the next moment, Ario caught a glimpse of Akira moving between the rubble. But the moment he noticed, it was already too late. Multiple bullets already landed on his body. The magazine that Akira was using for his SSB rifles was set to be an extended magazine. The bullets that he shot from those rifles formed a wall of bullets that crashed into Ario. Even if Ario tried to evade that, he would not be able to get away from those bullets. That was Akira's first win after the learning setting of the system was changed. Due to Tabata's request, the break until the next mock battle was longer than usual. After all, he needed time to let the system digest the data. During the break, Cheryl came to Akira and praised him with a smile. Yudagawa also did the same, although with a slightly stiffer smile. Well, although it was against the system that our company developed, as expected of Akira-sama. Well, that's more or less what would happen when I'm not trying to keep the expense low. Ah, right, I'll send you the payment invoice after each battle, so you can stop the next mock battle anytime when you think it's getting too expensive. Akira took out his information terminal and sent an invoice to Yudagawa, who frowned when he saw the number. So you want to stop now? Ah, please don't worry. We can pay this much, no problem at all. But still, it seems that it didn't pose much challenge to you. I'll tell Tabata to take this more seriously, so please excuse me. Yudagawa lightly bowed and went back to the trailer. The moment Yudagawa entered the trailer, his smile vanished as he yelled, "Damn it! What the heck is with this result? Even if we lose, can we at least try not to be this pathetic?" Yudagawa was about to continue, but he stopped midway and flinched back when Tabata looked at him. Tabata had a grim expression plastered on his face as he said with a deep voice, "I know. I admit it was my mistake looking down on him, but this won't happen again next time." I see. I'll leave it to you then." The other technicians only smiled bitterly at Yudagawa's reaction. Some of them then continued with the usual reporting. The system is done analyzing the data. We're ready to start again. Let's start then. Starting the countdown. The countdown for the second mock battle started. The seconds left before the second mock battle started was shown on the main monitor. Tabata was looking at that countdown with a stern face. Yudagawa did the same anxiously with furrowed brows, while the rest of the technician team was waiting for the countdown with wry smiles. All of them were waiting for the countdown to reach 0 with their respective feelings shown on their faces. And so, the second battle started. Akira blazed through the training ground. His speed was abnormal, but he was able to decelerate and make clean, sharp turns. He was able to do all of these thanks to the power of his augmented suit. Every time he stepped off the ground to control his direction and sped up, a small force field was expanded under his feet, turning his footing into a hard surface. Then, with the help of the power output of the augmented suit, he was able to keep his balance while boosting the propelling power from his steps. That was also what he did when he made turns. The force field armor prevented him from slipping when he made sharp turns. With this, he was able to get firm footing even if he was running on muddy terrain. In reality, with a good enough augmented suit, he would be able to do that in the air as well. But his current augmented suit was not good enough to do it, although he could do the same on the walls of a building. Of course, this maneuver burned through the energy pack really quickly and increased the burden on Akira's body. So, in short, he would have to spend more money on his energy pack and medicine that he used to compensate for it. It was indeed, just as he said to Yudagawa, maneuvers that need money. But it was not for naught. Ario and the other children could not get a good aim at Akira, who was moving too quickly from behind the rubble. Although when the coordination system preemptively aimed at where Akira would be according to its prediction, it was still not fast enough to catch him. As a matter of fact, they were on the receiving end of the bullets that Akira shot from his SSB rifles. The surviving children grouped up and tried to use the rubble to form a defensive circle. Unfortunately for them, Akira quickly closed up on them and jumped right into the middle of the circle, and used the small opening created from the surprise to gun down the rest of the survivors. The second mock battle also ended with Akira's victory. Even in the third, fourth, and fifth battles, Akira won all of them. But with every mock battle, Ario and the other children were able to survive longer and longer. It showed that the learning system of the coordination system was working as intended. But even so, it was still not able to reach its main objective. Yudagawa was hanging his head low inside the trailer. Tabata, if you're thinking of continuing, I'm sorry, but I'm stopping you here. Not only is the expense not small, we even have to pay for the bonus for winning the mock battle too. If you have no idea how to fix this, I'm stopping you here. Tabata frowned and seemed to be wrecking his brain hard. He then seemed to have decided on something as he changed the setting of the coordination support from his terminal. When another technician saw the new setting, he frowned and asked Tabata, "Tabata-san, isn't that cheating? We have different equipment than the opponent in the first place. It won't be strange to have at least this much if we consider this as a real fight. Moreover, the corresponding equipment is also planned to be sold as an optional item together with the main product. So there should be no problem. We'll also adjust the support pattern to suit the new setting, so get on to it." Alright. Seeing how Tabata was still working hard on his work, Yudagawa thought that it seemed there was still a chance to win. So he did not stop the sixth mock battle. But even so, it did not erase the worried look on his face. Right when the next round started, Ario was confused at the instruction shown by the system through their helmets. He followed that instruction to change the firing setting into grenades, aimed his rifle at a seemingly random direction, and pulled the trigger. But nothing happened even after he waited for some time. As he looked around, he noticed that the other children also showed the same reaction. While they were still questioning what exactly they did, the next instruction that seemed to be a more serious one came up. So they moved on to follow the instruction to surround Akira. They immediately noticed that the instruction was different compared to the ones they were receiving up until now. Akira immediately noticed that Ario and the other children were moving differently. He frowned a bit and quickly dove behind a wall before stopping right in front of a small gap in order to confirm his guess. The moment he stopped, he could see bullets coming flying straight at him through that small gap. Although they were nothing but virtual bullets with the adjustment from Alpha, They looked like real bullets to Akira. He could even hear the sound of them flying and see the tracks that they left behind. Alpha did that in order to prevent him from getting too used to the setting used for the training. If he got too used to the bullet projection in that training, which had a lot of errors, it might cause him to make a mistake during a real battle when he had to be able to read the trajectories of the bullets with high precision. Moreover, due to the low precision of the hit recognition and bullet trajectory calculations of the system, Ario and the other children appeared to be stronger than they really were. Considering the rate of fire, range of fire, size of the ammo, and the other specifications of the rifles used by Ario and the other children were of high-quality, expensive rifles. Akira followed the trajectories of those cylindrical bullets as they flew through the air. With this, he confirmed his guess. As I thought, they know where I am. Alpha smiled and gave some extra explanation. During the beginning of the training, they were moving as if they had pre-installed a small number of information-gathering devices around the area beforehand. My guess is that they changed the settings so that they can gather more information from those devices. They had small information-gathering devices scattered around the area beforehand to gather information during the test. Isn't that cheating if we assume that this is a real fight? Since you're not holding back your expenses, they are also not holding back on their expenses. If they use enough small information-gathering devices, it's not impossible to imitate this situation. Although it's not cheap, if that's enough to kill you, I'm sure they believe that would be worth the expense. Spending more money to defeat a strong opponent, it's completely normal, isn't it? That's true. So basically they're getting serious now after losing so many times, huh? It seems that it's going to be great training, aren't you glad? Can't agree more to that. Alpha was smiling teasingly at Akira, who replied with a light smile and a short remark. Rebuild World Chapter 206 Limit of Effort. Now that Ario and the other children knew Akira's location at all times, they did not need to search for him anymore. Instead, they started the round by immediately trying to surround him. They kept their distance from Akira and slowly closed in on him while blocking his way out. Akira stuck his back to a piece of rubble, taking cover from the incoming bullets. He sometimes peeked out and shot back in order to prevent the opponents from closing his escape routes. But that did not stop them from closing in the encirclement as their attack got more and more intense. The walls and the floors were already covered in bullet scorch marks from Alpha's improved augmented reality. He would get shot if he made even the slightest blunder. They just don't stop shooting. How many bullets do they have? They are also using extended magazines. And since you kept defeating them before they ran out of ammo, I bet the system stopped preserving ammo. It's better to empty their magazine first before dying. Strategy-wise, it is indeed a viable option for them to throw away the possibility to conserve their fighting strength for defeating you. So basically, they're willing to sacrifice anything as long as it's enough to defeat me, huh? It seems that they evaluate me pretty highly. That's because you keep winning the mock battles. So I don't think they're mistaken though. Do your best so that they don't lower their evaluation of you. Roger that. Akira smiled and then frowned slightly. But still, in a real fight, this is the moment where I would use a camouflage. If Akira activated the camouflaging feature of his coat, Ario and the children would lose sight of him, or at least it would make it hard for them to ascertain his position. But he decided not to do that. Well, it can't be helped. They're using the information from the small information-gathering devices they scattered around the area to collect the data for the test. If you use your camouflage and vanish from their radar, the mock battle would lose its main purpose. In order to prevent that from happening, Tabata also warned Akira beforehand not to use camouflage. It would be great if they adjust their system to handle that too. In case you lose, you can ask them to do that adjustment. But until then, just think of them as enemies that can detect you even if you use camouflage. I guess I'll just do that then. Right at the next moment, several people jumped above the wall behind Akira with the help of their augmented suit. But before they could aim at him while still in the air, he quickly aimed his SSB rifle above his head and released a barrage in their general direction. Almost at the same time, another one jumped out in front of Akira and ran at him. Before Akira could shift his aim from upward to forward, that boy was faster to aim at Akira and shot straight at him. Akira dove sideways to get away from the trajectories of those bullets. Unfortunately, someone else already released a few shots at the location where he was jumping to, so Akira forced himself to spring up to evade that too. Now that Akira was in the air and had no control over his posture any longer, he had turned into an easy target. But before anyone could shoot at him, Akira quickly shot them down using the rapid-fire capability of his SSB rifle. The moment Akira landed back, he immediately ran while suppressing fire by shooting without even looking. And just like that, he broke through the encirclement and opened some distance between him and his opponents. The first ones were decoys, huh? I guess that's one way to use people who already ran out of ammo. If it was a real fight, those decoys are dead, you know? So they're just throwing them away? Are they really okay with that? Akira frowned at that thought, but Alpha then replied with her usual smile. Considering that they can't win using the normal methods, that was a fully acceptable strategy to increase their chance of winning. That might be true, but still. You know. It's better than getting completely wiped out. Being able to make such a cruel but rational decision is one of the advantages of using that support system. Having to fight it is really troublesome, and having it on your side increases your survival chances. Moreover, it saves you from making difficult decisions as well. Akira understood Alpha's arguments, but that did not make him feel any better. After Akira broke the encirclement, Ario and the other children could not recover from it, and shifted to more individualistic moves. Akira won the 7th and the 8th rounds as well. Since he now knew that his opponents were aware of his location at all times, he quickly approached them right after the round started, and wiped them out before they could even surround him, thus winning the round. In the 9th round, the system finally decided that sacrificing the rest of the team was crucial to defeating Akira. From the start of the round, all of them came at Akira all together, aiming for a draw. The vanguards purposefully came out in clear view in order to bait him out from his hiding, so the others could shoot at him. On top of that, they formed a single file on both sides to corner Akira while shooting at him. The backline used the vanguards as a shield and approached him as well. As the whole team came at him while disregarding their chance of survival, they were able to completely shut off Akira's escape route. Akira understood that he had nowhere to go this time, so instead, he came charging right at them. In that intense exchange which would decide the winner and the loser, normally luck would play a big role. But Akira refused to leave it up to luck. So he compressed his time perception as much as possible to confirm his surroundings, and to decide the end result of that battle. Akira ran straight forward and released a barrage with his SSB rifles. He then slid through the gaps between his opponents, who received the hit signals and incoming bullets, as he spread his shot to his left and right, drilling through the hit notification that wrapped the area. Akira was already close enough to engage in a melee fight, but even so, Ario and the other children were still shooting at him as if they did not care about hitting their own. Akira gunned them one by one and jumped in between their blind spots to get away from their aims. From Akira's point of view, the world was running at a much slower pace. He could see the storm of bullets filling the area with the help of Alpha's support, which indiscriminately killed anything that it could find in its way. Inside that slow-moving world, a question came up in Akira's mind. For some reason, I feel like their hit notification is late. Or does it look late from my point of view because of my time compression? In contrast to Akira, who was really desperate, Alpha was smiling like usual as she answered his question. Nope, you're indeed correct. That's just how durable the settings of the augmented suit are right now. I bet they assume that they have their force field armor running with maximum output power. Although it shortens the duration in which they can keep using that augmented suit, as long as they can defeat you under that duration, it should not be a problem. After all, the system is also allowed to make the decision to sacrifice the team in order to defeat its opponent. I see. Akira compressed his time perception so much to the point that he found himself moving in slow motion. He used the full power of his augmented suit to increase his aiming speed to its limit, as he released shots in all directions. Although Akira felt like the exchange took long, in reality, it only happened for a few seconds. Akira shot Ario, who was the last standing survivor, and won the 9th round as well. Tabata, who was looking at the monitor in his trailer, had his jaw dropped. Even this is not enough to win, huh? A technician gave a given-up smile and said, What can I say? This guy goes past amazing and went straight to "are you effing kidding me" level. No wonder he was able to defeat a powered suit all by himself. Well, although you can say that he can only do that because he was using expensive equipment and doesn't try to limit his expenses. Well, even though they have augmented suits with coordination support, his opponents are all just slum kids after all. So it's nothing strange, right? Just so you know, that Akira was originally from the slums as well. He's an exception. Not to mention he's also already doing pretty well as a hunter. So it doesn't matter where he originated from, right? Well, that's true. Yudagawa did not expect Akira to be this strong. So instead of using him to advertise the company's product, Yudagawa started thinking of some other way to gain profit out of him. Although we ended up paying a lot of money to him for this test, I guess it is worth getting on his good side. After all, we are talking about having a connection with a hunter this strong. There's no way it would be useless. I was really worried when Tabata made that challenge, but result-wise I guess everything is alright. Yudagawa shifted his gaze to Tabata. Tabata, as expected, I need you to stop here. Since we kept losing, if he wins the next fight, his bonus would be 1 million orum, you know. I know that you're free to decide what to do with the given budget, but as expected I can't let you continue. This is the end, okay? Tabata looked at Yudagawa with a desperate face without saying anything. He then returned his gaze back to his terminal. Not yet, at least just one more time. I can understand your feelings of wanting to win at least one match, and I know that the last match was a close one. But I can't let you continue just because of that. If you keep thinking just a little bit more, we'll just keep piling up more losses. Tabata did not reply as he was busy on his terminal. Another technician noticed what Tabata was trying to do and frowned. Tabata-san, this one is simply going too far, you know? There's not much difference between their posture and the posture of an adult. A small adjustment should be enough to compensate for the difference. That might be true, but still. I'll do the adjustment in the system. You guys work on readjusting the augmented suits. Just keep in mind that I tried to stop you, alright? The technicians are technically working under him, so it was difficult for them to stop Tabata. But in contrast to the rest of them, Ario had a rather stern look on his face. He had not given up yet. He kept telling himself that if he gave up and relaxed now, he would lose even the smallest chance to win. He would end up throwing away the 1 in a million chance to win against Akira if it even existed in the first place. The technicians who came from the trailer called on to them. Everyone who will participate in the next round, come here for a bit. We need to do some small adjustments. The available augmented suits were not enough for every single child to join the mock battle at the same time. Furthermore, there was a limit on how many adjustments could be made to compensate for the differences in their builds. Thus, the technicians needed to make small adjustments every time there was a swap. Since they had decided beforehand who would participate in which round, the ones that would participate in the next round came to the technicians. Phew, that was tiring. I'll skip the next round. Ario, you should take a rest too. You've been participating in all the fights, haven't you? I'm fine. I see. Well, don't push yourself too hard. It would be pointless if you hurt yourself. It's not like we have expensive medicines like Akira-san, and the treatment from that clinic is basically experimenting with your body. I know, I'll be careful. In order not to allow his friends to get worried about him, Ario managed to let out a small smile. After the small adjustments, Ario and the other children felt that there was something strange with their augmented suit. So one of them asked the technicians, it feels like the augmented suit is moving weirdly, like it's much stiffer than before. It's in the middle of testing after all. You might feel like that because of the new settings. Try to walk and move around until you get used to it. We'll try to readjust the feedback as well if you still feel weird after that. I'm sorry, but you might want to get someone else to take your place instead. I see. Alright then. They then started to move around as instructed to get used to the strange feeling. But some of them could not just get used to it and ask for replacements or to readjust their augmented suits. The technicians looked at them worriedly in the middle of that process. It took some time until everyone could move around normally. After that long break, the next round finally started. Right when the 10th round just started, Akira was about to come straight at them again when he realized that they were moving differently than before. So he decided to stop hunting them down and hid behind a rock instead. The rest of the team, except for Ario, formed a support file for Ario, who was out in a rather open position. Unlike last time when the system did not differentiate the individual strength, this time, there was a clear stratum based on it. And just like last time, they knew Akira's location at all times. Although it surprised Akira, he still handled it calmly. Akira first aimed at Ario, which made one of them cover for him and disrupt the formation. Akira then used that small opening to shoot them down one by one. As a matter of fact, he did well in picking them out slowly, but even so, he somehow looked a bit troubled. Not really sure if they're stronger now. At the same time, it feels like they're somehow weaker too. Alpha quickly followed up. Which one exactly? Not sure. Though they do feel weird, that formation, unless they're stronger than their opponent, I feel like it'll only increase the number of corpses. I think they need better teamwork for the back line. Although, if they can do that properly, I'm sure that they'll be super hard to deal with. Indeed. It seems that the formation doesn't work well for them since they don't have the skill to support it. But in the end, this is still just a training. It's a good chance for them to test different formations. Well, you have a point there. I guess they changed their priority to testing new things since they kept losing. For now, let's just focus on defeating them. It would be meaningless if you lower your guard and get shot. Roger that. Akira pushed that to the back of his mind and focused back on the mock battle. After they reduced the number of his opponents to the point where it was difficult for them to provide support for Ario, Akira decided that it might be time to go for the main pivot of that formation, Ario. Akira jumped from behind the wreckage and aimed his rifle at Ario. But before he could shoot, Ario immediately shot back at him. Unfortunately, the bullets could not catch up with Akira, who was moving too quickly. Checkmate. The moment Akira thought so and was about to pull the trigger, he wavered as he saw Ario carrying rifle with one hand and following his movements. Ario was trying to aim at Akira after he evaded the first few shots, which caused Ario's arm to rotate at a rather unnatural angle. Akira, by pure reflex, compressed his time perception to its limit and used the full power of his augmented suit to get away from the line of fire while shooting back at Ario. Right at the next moment, a clearly painful scream echoed. Ario was actually fully under the mercy of his augmented suit ever since the round started. It was because although his augmented suit was correcting his moves up until now, the level of accuracy of that correction was increased compared to before. From the way he walked, ran, to the way he shot, and even to other finer moves, it was as if his body was forced to follow his augmented suit. The difference between the move that his body made and the move that his augmented suit made put his body under immense stress. He felt uncomfortable since it was not him controlling the augmented suit, it was more like the augmented suit was controlling his body, while at the same time, he was delighted that he was able to execute maneuvers that were impossible for him to execute originally. He thought that he might be able to reach Akira like that, so he endured the pain and continued the fight. It carried him to the point where he was able to almost get a shot on Akira, as he thought that it was the perfect chance to defeat Akira. Ario focused his whole mind and body to gun Akira down. The gathered focus even caused him to see the world around him running at a slower pace. But when he saw Akira move quickly, he understood that he would not be able to hit Akira. When his focus was thrown into short disarray, he remembered the pain that he was ignoring till now, and that pain quickly spread through his body. Ario screamed and dropped his gun. Seeing Ario fall down to the ground grabbing his arm, the other children forgot about the mock battle and ran towards him. Ario, are you okay? What just happened? It's not like he got shot with real bullets, right? What the heck is going on here? Seeing that, Akira understood that the mock battle was stopped there. So he immediately went to Ario and told the other children, who were still in panic, "Get him off the augmented suit for now, but do it slowly." Ario was not able to move due to the pain, so the other children were carefully removing his augmented suit off of him. Ario's arm was swollen red, and his shoulder was dislocated. Akira took out his medicine and shoved it into Ario's mouth. "It's medicine, swallow everything. And also, this is going to be a bit painful, so endure it." Akira only said so before he immediately grabbed Ario's arm and forcefully fixed it. Ario flailed around because of the pain, but Akira held him down with his augmented suit. The painkiller will work soon, just endure it until then. And also, even if the pain dies down, it doesn't mean that your arm is fixed. So don't move your arm until it's properly healed. Otherwise, it'll only slow down the healing process, you got that? Ario held back the pain assaulting him as he nodded multiple times. Akira was holding down Ario's arm for some time, but only after Ario's expression relaxed did he let go. Even after the pain was reduced, Ario still had a stern look on his face. Not too long after that, Cheryl, Tabata, and Yadagawa also came. Cheryl went to look for an explanation from Akira, Ario, Tabata, and Yadagawa in turns. After a short time to digest the information, she then sent a sharp gaze towards Yadagawa and Tabata. Can you explain what happened? Yadagawa was flusteredly trying to look for the right words to explain the situation, while Tabata was pulled back to reality after someone got injured and ruffled his head. Seeing that reaction, Cheryl understood that it was not something that was unexpected. It was something that was originally avoidable, but for some reason they did not, or at least they did not do their work properly to avoid it. Is it an accident? Cheryl stared at them with scornful eyes. Tabata and Yadagawa were still flustered, struggling to find the right words to say. That was when Akira interjected. Rather than an accident, I bet it happened because the support system properly assumed it as a real fight. Everyone there immediately focused on Akira, who just voiced his opinion. Some of the kids looked disturbed and one of them asked Akira a question. Wait, how does that connect to Ario getting hurt? Even though we're doing this assuming that this is a real fight, it's still just training, right? I bet the system is working just fine. The problem is that when the augmented suit tried to aim at me, the real body couldn't catch up with its movements, and then that happened, dislocating his shoulder. The system that took the battle as a real fight was unable to win the fight even after sacrificing some of the team members. That might be why the system decided to allow bigger sacrifices for the latest battle. Not only did it ignore the bullets hit, it even ignored the capability of its user as well. For Akira, it was nothing weird for the system to go that far. It must be that the system had decided that it was acceptable to sacrifice an arm as long as you were able to defeat me. If it was a real fight, it was not a wrong decision. After all, an arm is a cheap sacrifice if it can save you. Hearing that, Ario and the other children looked completely troubled. Seeing that, Akira just smiled bitterly and continued. Well, there's no need to go that far for training. Although, you can also argue that there's a need to go that far exactly because it's training. After all, it's impossible for you to execute something in a real fight when you can't execute it during training. Rebuild World Chapter 207, A Luxurious Bath. After the mock battle, Cheryl invited Akira to visit the base. When Akira arrived there, he looked at the base in surprise. Well, what can I say? The base has really improved in the short time I haven't visited. Since Cheryl kept assimilating the other buildings around the base into it, it had grown considerably in terms of size. Cheryl smiled smugly beside Akira. It's also thanks to you that we can grow this big. I don't remember doing anything in particular though. That's not true at all. We've received enough favor just with you supporting us from behind. Of course there are more things too. So yes, we're really blessed to have your help. Is that so? Well, it's fine if it's really so. Akira thought of Cheryl's words as nothing more than flattery. But Cheryl was only saying what she really felt. It was the truth. When someone built a house in the Eastern District, they would have to make it strong enough to endure monster attacks. Although the level of durability changed for different areas, they were normally relatively cheap buildings. It was all thanks to analyzing and imitating the old world buildings. But even so, the buildings in the inner wall were still expensive. In contrast to that, the buildings down in the slum city were dirt cheap. Even if someone built a magnificent building inside the slum city, it would turn into a dilapidated ruin in no time due to the bad public order. Thanks to that, most of the price came from security. The only reason Cheryl's gang was able to rule over such a vast area was because of the support from Akira. No one would dare to cause a ruckus in the base that a hunter, who could even defeat a powered suit all by himself, was protecting. That information alone was enough to maintain the public order there. Inside the base, Katsuragi set up a branch of his shop as well as a warehouse. Viola also set up her office there. Both further helped to maintain the public order in that area. And if they went one step further, both only helped Cheryl's gang because of their connections to Akira. So in the end it was all thanks to Akira. Akira thought that it must be because it had already been some time since he left Slum City. That must be why his knowledge about the Slum City was not as detailed as before. As such, he was not able to fully grasp just how much he had done for Cheryl's gang. Akira was guided to Cheryl's private chamber. He then sat on a chair with Cheryl sitting on the opposite side of the table, sipping the coffee served on the table while talking about all kinds of stuff with her. Compared to before, Cheryl's current room was way wider. It only had a small amount of furniture considering the size of it, but that room gave no feeling that it was located inside the slum city. As a matter of fact, it was a room that gave off a rather high-class feeling, as if it was cut off from a luxurious mansion and brought there. Cheryl had already changed from her wasteland outfit to something more casual. The translucent and comfortable-looking dress gave off a friendly feeling, while still giving off a graceful aura. The white coffee cup was decorated with a small accessory. Even an amateur could feel an air of luxury from it. The decorated spoon accompanying it was also obviously not the same as those common spoons. The way Cheryl picked up her cup, brought it to her mouth, slurped it and placed it back in its place, gave off the feeling that she was born from a completely different social stratum. Akira felt that there was something strange in that room. He thought that Cheryl would climb up on him just like usual, but that did not seem to be the case at all. Although it felt better this way, it still threw him for a loop since he did not expect it at all. In a sense, it was one of the results of Cheryl's training. In order not to make any blunder during the feast, she was taking training to keep her graceful outlook. At first she looked really unnatural. It was not easy at all, but thanks to her talent, she had gained that graceful aura. The topics of their conversation moved to the renovation of the base and the new equipment. Now that the base was bigger than ever before, it was easier for the gang members to get their own room. At the moment, those who had individual rooms were limited to the officers, while those who had low positions just slept here and there, mostly inside and used empty rooms. But even so, it was way safer than sleeping in an alley in the slum city. Thus there were many who wished to join the gang. Although the base itself has gotten bigger, most of the rooms are empty. We don't even use them as storage rooms. When we expanded the base, it's more to be safe in case we needed extra spaces rather than because we urgently required them. That's why if you want, we can get you your own room. No, I don't need it. I see, that's unfortunate. Other than Cheryl, up until now, most of the gang members received the same treatment, but that was no longer true. Because of that, people started competing for positions with better treatments. Therefore, Cheryl had to watch over them and make sure that it would cause any problem. Not only did they get a relic supply route from Viola, they were also receiving relics from Inabe as well. Thus, Cheryl's relic shop was doing very well. At the moment, she even allowed people that Viola brought in to manage half of the shop, while she, herself was handling the floor that showcased the expensive relics, and came out to serve the customer though only rarely. It might be weird for me to say this, are you sure the people that Viola brought with her are safe? We did not find any problems so far. Not only do they help with the relic shop, they're also helping to teach the gang members how to read and write, and they even help with some administration work as well. So it's true that they're helping us a lot. They said that they would take responsibility if anything bad happens. That's why I let them do their task. Moreover, it's true that we have an easier time on some occasions when we have some adults with us. After all, me included, we're all basically kids. I see, well, it's fine then if you say so. Although Akira did not give much thought to it, Cheryl actually hired Viola's men while already considering the potential trouble that it might bring. Due to the expansion of the gang, Cheryl was no longer able to manage the whole gang on her own. Although she needed more helping hands, unfortunately, no one in the gang had the ability to help her in that matter. After all, half of the gang members were only able to read and write just recently. She would need more time to train someone on how to manage the gang. At the moment, Cheryl was filling those holes with Viola's men. That not only caused her to rely on Viola's connection, It also made Viola's influence over the gang stronger. Although they were told to teach some of the officers to do their job, it seemed that it would still take some time until the officers could take over these jobs from them. But as the gang only grew faster and faster, Cheryl was not able to procure enough people to manage the gang and ended up relying on Viola's men even further. Cheryl did question if Viola deliberately pushed the gang to grow fast enough so that she would not be able to manage it any longer, and that she might be planning to take over the gang after that. But Cheryl told herself if that was really the case, then she would use that for her own profit instead and get the growing gang fully under her control. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. By the way, about the gang, among all the new facilities that we have now, everyone seems to really like the new bath. Ever since we have gotten more members, they often caused a long waiting line to use the bath, so we made it bigger. The base at the moment had 3 separate baths. One for the boys, one for the girls, and one reserved only for officers. Some of the individual rooms also had a small bath. Akira found something that bothered him when he heard that. Bath for officers? Do they even need it? Don't they have their own bath in their own individual rooms? Not all of them have their own bath. Furthermore, those baths are pretty small as well. With the bath for officers being something special. What do you mean by that? Is it like it's so big? No, it's hard to explain, but I'm sure you'll understand it if you try it. Cheryl noticed that Akira was interested, so she then smiled invitingly at him and said, "How about you try taking a dip?" Akira thought for a bit but eventually lost to his curiosity. The base color of the officer bath was white. It was in order to give a more spacious and clean impression. The bath itself was large enough to allow several people to extend their legs all together. Despite the decorations being far from elaborate, all of them gave a luxurious feeling. But Akira did not find any of that amazing. He seemed a bit disappointed as he proceeded to clean his body before dipping himself in the warm bath. But he immediately noticed something. Wait, there's something different. I can feel it, but I can't really explain it. Cheryl, who went in normally as if she was already used to it, then explained to him, "We're using high-quality water and the filter is on all the time to maintain its quality. Even if someone makes a mistake and gets the soap into the water, the filtration would quickly take care of that as well. That's basically all there is to it. That's why I can't really explain it with words. But once you experience it, you immediately notice that there's something special, isn't it?" "Yes, it is. I see." Akira scooped up a handful of water and looked at it with interest. Seeing him like this, Cheryl's face turned red for a bit, and it was not because of the warm water. Seeing his well-built body was too much to handle for the current Cheryl. As Cheryl unconsciously stared at his body, Akira of course noticed it. "Something wrong." "It's nothing. I just thought that if you find it that good, you can come here every day to use it, you know?" Well, as expected, that would be impossible. Cheryl noticed Akira waver a little, so she then made another proposition. "I heard that it's good for your health and helps you recover from fatigue. Being a hunter is a very tiring job, so even if you can't come every day, you can just visit to take a dip on your way back after you are done with your hunter job. I'm sure it'll be beneficial for you." After all, although it's a bath reserved only for officers, I'm thinking of letting others use it after a tiring day just like today's training. Akira wavered even more. "In that case, I should get one back in my home. We could get one here because of the size of the base, otherwise I think it's difficult to get one for a normal house. You might be able to get a smaller one, but that might not work as effectively as this bath. Likewise, if you want to get the same level of effect for a smaller bath, it might cost way more money." Akira started to seriously consider it, but suddenly, one of the walls turned bright and it was connected to a call from one of the gang members. In order to allow officers to give commands from the bath, one of the walls was equipped with an information terminal. "Boss, Viola said that she wants to meet you." Cheryl pouted and said, "I'm in the bath right now. If it's nothing important, tell her to keep it for later." Cheryl quickly closed the call after she said that, but it did not take long for another call to come in. "Boss, she said that it's important and she's heading there now." But Akira is also here, you know? Tell her that and stop her." She's already left and is heading there." After that, Viola and Carol came in wearing the outfit suitable for taking bath. Akira was a bit surprised and Cheryl obviously looked displeased. Viola then smiled at Cheryl and Carol at Akira. Cheryl, who was not happy that her quality time with Akira was interrupted, could not hide her sullen expression as she sent a sharp stare at Viola, who was taking a dip in front of her. So then what is it? You went to take a look at the coordination support augmented suit today, right? I'm here to ask you about it. Is it really that important? It is. Although, do excuse me for omitting the reason why it is important. It might take a few days of explanations to fully explain why it is important, you see. If you still want to know, I can tell you some other day. I'm doing my best here to bring more profits for the gang. You know? So it would be great if you can help me out. But then again, it's not like I can force you to. Viola was smiling confidently, but that amused smile was giving a rather ominous aura. If she brought up profits for the gang, Cheryl could not refuse. So Cheryl just sighed and told Viola what she wanted to know. While on the other side, Akira looked exasperatedly at Carol. Normally people won't just waltz in like that. You know? Cheryl is here too, so it's fine, isn't it? Moreover, it's not like we showed you anything unsightly. Although it was for different purposes, Viola and Carol were using their bodies for their goals. For Viola it was about smoothing the negotiation, while for Carol it was for the sake of pulling in the opposite sex. Hence, both of them had a relatively good style that did not give any sense of discomfort. But Akira did not show any interest in their naked bodies as he lightly sighed and completely lost interest in them. Seeing that, Carol smiled bitterly while also looking rather amused. Geez, you're really cold. I have no wish to get friendly with the people who interrupt my bath time. We're not interrupting though. As a matter of fact, I can help you wash your body, you know? After all, people usually miss some spots when they just do it haphazardly. It will be a good massage as well, you know? No thanks, just don't interrupt me. Akira only said so and returned his attention to the warm water. The new sensation coming from the bath gradually made his expression relax. You seem to be really enjoying it. Do you like it that much? Yep, it feels different than the bath back home. I see. Although you look like you're earning well, it seems that you've only been using a cheap bath, huh? Akira shifted his gaze back to Carol and slightly tilted his head. Yeah, sorry about that. So what kind of bath do you have? Oh, me? Let's see. Carol started talking about the bathing equipment she was using in her house. It was a rather big bath for one person. Just like the water used in the gang's base, it was also using high-quality water. In order to help her dry herself after the bath, there was also a wind-drying device. She told him about all kinds of equipment the bath in her house used. The water was not only good quality water, but it was also adjusted for Carol's enhanced body. The nanomachine for the maintenance and healing was mixed into the water. Even though the water was not clear, it had an obvious noticeable effect on health and beauty. Akira was surprised to hear her explanation. You mix medicines too? That's definitely not going to be cheap. Well, I can't deny it. But it's well under my budget. The main asset for a hunter is his or her body. Even you are extremely invested in rifles and augmented suits, right? It's the same as that. The body is the main asset that can't be replaced. So, I don't see anything strange with spending money to keep it in tip-top shape at all times. Well, although it's true that it's also for my side job as well, so I'm using more expensive stuff than a normal hunter would usually use. This body actually takes more money than you imagine to maintain, you know? Carol smiled proudly and pointed at her own body. Akira was baited by that finger and looked at her body, and he ended up staring at her for a few seconds. But even so, he did not show even the slightest sign of interest at all. His stare was much closer to a stare that he would give for high-quality and expensive rifle or augmented suit. Carol, of course, noticed that and sighed. I wonder if I should take the initiative and pay him instead. I have a feeling that he would refuse that as well though. He's really earnest when it comes to requests. Maybe I can use that instead? Seeing Akira show almost no interest, she might have no other choice but to take a more active approach to capture him. As she was busy thinking about how she would do that, Akira's focus already returned back to the warm bath as he started questioning if the bath in his house was really that cheap. After finishing their business, Carol and Viola left the bath. Akira did think of enjoying the bath for a little bit longer, but for some reason, he was not into that idea and left not too long after Viola and Carol left. Seeing him leave, Cheryl disappointedly followed suit. After the training, Tabata and his men took a short rest in the hall of the gang's base. At the moment, the gang had allocated that hall for Tabata and his men's use as their workspace. The inside of the room was filled with all kinds of equipment. Everyone there was busy communicating and working on their respective task. They were testing the coordination support system in the slum city as a security system for the base. This way, amateurs who could not even write or read were able to actively contribute in securing the base. It was a test to check the performance of the support system, how far it could turn them into a functional defensive squad. As Tabata was still lamenting what had happened back in the wasteland, a colleague in the same position as him came to him. "Well, I heard it didn't go that well, but you can't afford to stay down like this. Isn't this a normal thing since it's a test? Although, you need to properly reflect on how emotional you got back there." Tabata lightly sighed and frowned. "I really have no words to refute you, but if I may make an excuse. Are you going to say that it's because the opponent was way too strong? I heard that he's a strong hunter, but you can't use that as an excuse, you know?" "That's not it. I know that I can't use that as an excuse. The one thing that troubles me the most was that we were too confident. According to the past results, it should be able to defeat him. That was why I was so confident." "The past result, huh? But isn't this the first test with that augmented suit?" "That's true for the augmented suit. But we've done other tests too for the system. We did lend them to Drankum too. And unlike that time, this was a stable version, not an experimental one. It was a test including various equipment with Drankum. The result from back then was really positive." Tabata started getting excited again, but then he looked troubled. The performance was way better compared to the products from other companies. When they started using our system, that young ace hunter from Drankum who had not been doing well lately recovered from his slump. They even thanked us afterwards. It also left an extremely positive track record from when we used it during the incident in Kazusuhara Ruin. One of the reviews said that they worked together as a team better than ever before. Analysis from the logs also confirmed their claim. The results were all great. But the result from the latest test completely changed everything. It made all the past results look like an illusion. Tabata drooped. Seeing Tabata like this, his friend could not help but smile wryly and tried to cheer him up. "Well, although they are more or less the same age, you can't really compare a rising star and the main hunter that Drankum is pushing with a bunch of children from the slum city. It's true that the main goal of our product is to make the gap as small as possible. But there's a limit on how far it can go. Cheer up. We obtained a good set of data. And although I don't know the exact story, the guy who got his arm broken also said that he would still help out with the test, right? It's not all that bad. We just need to continue slowly and carefully." Tabata regained some of his composure thanks to it. "You're right, I guess I got too excited after getting a good result from our test runs with Drankum. I should forget about that result and check the system one more time. I have to add the adjustment from the data when that incident occurred." "Yep, you should do that. But still, well, I didn't expect you to use someone else's setting for the augmented suit. You do know well that it's a taboo to do that, right? A lot of accidents happen because of that in the past, so make sure to be careful about it." "I thought that it would work since their builds were not that different, you know? But well, yeah, I'll be more careful." The biggest reason why Ario got injured was because the augmented suit was set using someone else's data, so it tried to execute something that Ario could not do. Right after they finished talking about it, Carol and Viola approached them. "Good afternoon. There are a few things that I want to ask about the augmented suit. Is it okay?" As usual, Viola was smiling amusedly. After Akira returned back home, he decided to get in the bath for some reason. But this time he felt that something was lacking. He then frowned and mumbled, "This is no longer good enough for me, huh?" Alpha lightly smiled. "I don't think it's a bad thing, you know?" "Well, even if you say so." It was not like he could visit Cheryl's base every day to take a dip there. While on the other hand, he did not want to upgrade the bath in his house just to be disappointed later. but getting guaranteed good bathing equipment might cost him a lot of money. It was very rare for Akira to be troubled about something that had nothing to do with being a hunter or alpha's request. Rebuild World Chapter 208 Their respective training. Akira was going through training with Alpha in his home. Sometimes, he would also participate in mock battles with Ario and the other children in the wasteland. He had decided to only go to the ruin again once the automaton and the other relics he brought back from Lida Commercial District ruin were fully converted into money. But for some reason it was not done yet. Old world automata were highly valuable relics to corporations for many reasons. Whether to improve their own technology or to fix them before reselling again, there were many companies trying to get their hands on these automata. Normally, one should have no problem selling them. It should have been easy to exchange them for money. But that was not the case this time, and the reason for that was because they were brought back to the city as a team with Akira. If it was solely Togami's team, they could just leave selling the automata to Drankum, which can use its connection. Even if there might be some problem regarding how to divide the money, it would be solved between the team selling the automata and the gang. Even if the result might not be ideal for Togami, they could make up for that by negotiating with the gang. That way, the gang would be able to secure its share with no problem as well. But with Akira added to the equation, it was not that simple. After all, Akira was only allowing Drankum to handle the sale of the automata to make it easier to divide the money later. If Drankum took a cut on that money, Akira would obviously complain. If it was just a common hunter, Drankum could just crush him using their connection with city management. But when it came to a hunter above rank 40, in the worst-case scenario, it might end up in a full-blown war, and the damage from that war would no doubt have some form of repercussion. Normally, Drankum would first buy the relic from the hunter to gain full ownership of it before selling in order to avoid this problem. But there was another problem with that approach. If the negotiation with Akira did not go well, it might significantly reduce the profit that Drankum might gain from the transaction. Personally speaking, Akira himself said that he had no problem dividing the money evenly. But according to the report from Togami and Reina regarding Akira's contribution in securing the automata, it would not be strange if he demanded half of the reward. On the other hand, if they tried to negotiate with Akira, he might change his mind and decide to demand more shares than he had right now. And in the worst-case scenario, Viola might stick her nose into the negotiation and carry away most of the profits. Drankum already knew Akira's relation with Viola from Mizuha's report. Drankum was stuck in a difficult position, trying not to worsen its connection with a high-ranking hunter as well as the company it was working with. To top it off, companies were also working behind the scenes to make adjustments. The automata that Kurosawa's team had destroyed the other day already changed hands to a certain company. If there was a relic that resembled the complete form of that destroyed relic, it would speed up the investigation process of said relics. Moreover, it might shed a light on its connection with the fifth automaton that got away. If possible, the aforementioned company also wanted to get its hand on that automaton as well. Thus it was working behind the scenes for that. With all of these factors added into the complexity of the matter, they ended up taking more time than usual to sell the automata. Akira already knew what was going on from a short report given by someone from Drankum, which in response, he only said that he would wait patiently if it might sell for a lot more. He already got the expense from that expedition covered by Shirori, so he had no reason to rush it. Although the smaller relics were already exchanged for money, all of them were used to cover the expenses. Because of this and some other things, Akira decided not to go exploring ruins for the time being and spent most of his time training inside and outside his house. Togami and Reina's group were about to get out to the wasteland when Reina, who was sitting on the driver's assistant seat, mumbled, "Good grief. I wonder when we are going to be allowed to do hunter jobs again." Togami smiled wryly. "Calm down, if you don't like the training you can take a break instead. You know? It's not that I don't want to do it, and I do still think that I need more training. But we're not even allowed to do common monster extermination requests, you know? Isn't that a bit too strict? Don't you think so too?" "Well, you have a point there. Right? I really wish they would lift the restriction." Togami's team was given a temporary restriction from Drankum, so they could not do hunter jobs. This was for the sake of preventing matters from becoming more complicated in case the rightful owners of the automata died. Although they were not exactly happy about it, they decided to obey the restriction. However, as they felt that it would take more time than usual, they decided to negotiate with the higher-ups. In the end, they were allowed to do some low-risk hunter jobs. Our job today is to help out in testing a still-in-development augmented suit. Although it's just training because we're not allowed to do dangerous hunter jobs, we are still getting paid for it. Depending on how you take it, it might actually be a good offer. By the way, where is Shiori-san? The only maid sitting on the back seats was Kane. Ain-san has another business to attend to. Milady, Ain-san left because she thought that we're not going to leave the city. Although I'm letting you out to the wasteland, it would be a great help if you try to be careful. After all, it is still the dangerous wasteland. So make sure not to just go hunting for monsters on a whim when we spot one. I don't want to get split open by Ain-san after all. I know, so can you please just let it go for a bit for a change of pace? Reina lightly sighed. Shiori has been bugging me about my mannerism again lately. She has also been actively making me take on that training again. To be honest, I don't think it's necessary at this point. Although mannerism is indeed important, I just don't see why she's getting stricter lately. Before Reina continued her thought, Kane smiled and interjected. I don't know if it's because you've been working with Togami-boy a lot lately, but milady, your word usage is getting rough lately. So I bet Ain-san wishes to fix it before it gets worse. Ugh, well. How is that my fault? Reina, who knew that Kane was not completely wrong, became flustered. Togami only smiled bitterly in response to it. Kane deliberately chose her words such that the heart of the matter was to be taken lightly. But of course, neither Reina nor Togami noticed it. Ario and Togami were actually helping to test the coordination support system augmented suit. Since Akira did not participate in the test that day, the team was divided between Togami and Reina versus the rest. The mock battle was divided between the minority versus the majority. The minority referred to those who were using the augmented suit with the overloaded setting. After Ario decided to keep using the overloaded setting, some other children actually asked for the same setting, while the rest or the majority were children who were using the original restricted setting. Although the difference in their numbers was huge, they were able to put up a good fight which showcased the difference in their fighting prowess. That was when Togami's team came. After a short explanation from Tabata, they decided to set the mock battle as Togami's team versus the rest. Since Kane was only there as a bodyguard, she did not join the mock battle and only participated as an observer running around the battlefield. As Ario and the other children took a short break until Togami's team finished their preparation, they started to talk about the new addition to the test. Say that maid is the one from back then, right? But where is the other one? Yep, you're probably right. But to be honest, rather than that fake-looking maid, I actually prefer the other one that looks like a proper maid. Is that so? I actually like this one more though. You have a very bad taste, you know? What did you just say? The start of the mock battle cut their endless idle talk. As they went to their respective starting positions, they then waited for the signal to start the mock battle. Ario nervously waited while mentally preparing himself when the support system from his helmet made a suggestion. Detected high anxiety level. Please keep calm to ensure effective decision-making. I know. It's Yatsubayashi. Open up the air composition adjustment function. You should be able to use the modified battle stimulant that I made. Those two once worked together with Akira out in the wasteland, you know. So basically they are like two Akiras. If you don't want to get a one-sided beating, just use the battle stimulant although it's still in the clinical trial phase. You can't get strong unless you prepare yourself to take risks, you know. Use the augmented suit, the coordination support system, and the battle stimulant. They are your shortcut to gain super strength. I know they're still in the testing stage, but just use them. Yatsubayashi's excited voice could be heard from the support system. Although Ario was surprised by that voice, he seriously considered that offer, and eventually, his wish to get stronger trumped. All right, I'll use it. Roger that. Injecting the stimulant now. The inside of the helmet turned slightly green from the battle stimulant. Every time Ario inhaled, He could feel his anxiety level lowered and his 5 senses sharpened. The pain from the previous mock battle also slowly alleviated. As he waited for the countdown, he could feel the power coursing through his limbs. Even the countdown on his display felt like it was running at a slower rate. Ario's spirit was lifted. He thought that he might have the chance to win with his newly gained power. The moment the signal for the start of the mock battle went up, he immediately kicked the ground and started running. It was 2 against many and their opponent was supported with the coordination system. Normally, it would have been hopeless, but Reina and Togami compensated for that difference with their equipment and skill. They kept moving around to cause confusion. Although they did not communicate with each other, they moved around together as a team very well. They divided the fight into smaller 2 against 1 fights, as they hunted their opponents one by one. When they were about to get surrounded, they would charge to break the encirclement to get away and then maintain the upper hand. No one was taking it easy in that battle. If they let their guard down even for a split second, the other party would immediately turn the table around. But Togami and Reina felt a sense of satisfaction as they continued to fight with a smile on their faces. Reina shot down another one of her opponents and thought, "These guys are strong. I heard that they are not hunters and just amateurs though. Is this the power of the coordination support system? If equipment can really make them this strong, I can imagine why Akira would splurge his money on equipment and training. I had been really ashamed of myself from back then, but..." Reina smiled. "I can't let people think that I'm nothing without my equipment. I can't let myself lose for the sake of all the training that I did with Shirori and Kene as well." Togami also shot another one down as he thought, "They are strong. So this is the power of the coordination support system, huh?" If I'm not mistaken, Katsuya's team was using a stable version if not the beta version of this system, and they were using it superbly. I even heard that some officers in the gang are thinking of getting this system for all the young hunters in the gang. I can understand that, but... Togami lightly smiled. Just how much would it cost? No wonder why Shikarabe and the other veteran hunters don't like the young hunters. Well, I'm on the side of the hunters who would receive the support, so I have no problem with it, but the veteran hunters would basically pay for it. Well, sooner or later I would be joining their side though. I can't really afford to lose now against people with nothing but excellent equipment. After all, I need to get stronger and earn more money. At least more than what I would need to pay in the future. Togami and Reina did their best in order to surpass their past selves. Because of that, they were able to annihilate their opponents and won the first hard-earned victory. Although Ario and the other children lost the round, Yatsubayashi was satisfied with the result. He then amusedly said to Tabata, "How was it? It has this much effect with only this price. It is pretty impressive, no? Its cost-benefit ratio is way higher than your usual battle stimulant." "Even if that's true, it's not like I can do anything about it. It's true that our augmented suit allows them to use the battle stimulant in the middle of the fight. But it is originally for medicines, not for battle stimulants mixed with accelerator drugs. Moreover, the available medicine is based on the other companies that the main company is working together with. So we can only use yours for testing like this." Yatsubayashi frowned and said, Akira relished it since it was still much better than his usual food back home. After a few minutes his mood got better. Shirori tried to gauge his mood before she nervously brought up the next subject. "It is about the white card that you let us take. According to my connections, it seems that it is a highly valuable item, although it's not directly convertible into money." "Oh, is that so? That's pretty impressive. So well, you can say that there will be further compensation for you. I'm planning to pay back the profit in some kind of form in the future. Although, as I said, it's not directly convertible into money, thus your compensation would not be in the form of money. As such, if you have anything you want me to do, please do tell me. I would try my best to comply." Akira's hand stopped from transporting food into his mouth and raised his eyebrows. He then frowned and said, "No thanks, to be honest. I thought that this matter has already been settled." Indeed, it is understandable to take that matter as something of the past after it has been settled. Please take this matter as the card being just that valuable, to the point that we feel bad for receiving so much profit without giving anything in return. Although, due to the nature of the matter, I can't really tell you the details. But what I have said so far is the truth. That remark piqued Akira's interest, but his curiosity was in the opposite direction of what Shirori thought. Of course, Shirori did not know that as she stared at him and slowly became more anxious. It seems that you have a lot in mind, but please just tell me if you have anything you want at the moment. If it's something that I can help with, I will do my best to comply. Although, as expected, I can't help you if you want to get in relation with Milady. Don't worry, I have no such interest. Akira said so immediately that Shirori looked slightly offended by it. He thought that it was unreasonable to get that stare from her as he continued to think. Personally speaking, he just wanted to get that troublesome card off his hands. As a matter of fact, he was thinking of just stating that the matter was completely over. But if he strongly refused, Shirori might get suspicious of him instead. Thus he tried to just ask what came up in his mind. In that case, I actually want your equipment, will that work? Shirori did not expect that at all, and it was obvious from her reaction. Akira-sama, I didn't know that you have an interest in my maid outfit and the undergarment of my augmented suit. If you really want them, I don't mind giving them, but… Akira flusteredly tried to fix her misunderstanding. Not that one. It's true that they are included as your equipment, but I'm talking about your blade. I witnessed just how sharp it is numerous times in the past, not to mention, you used it to slice open that huge monster in the Saranthal building, remember? I just thought that it would be great to have that kind of blade. I'm sure that it's not a blade that you can normally find in common shops, right? I see the blade, huh? Why would you even think I would want your maid outfit and what not? Akira said as he ruffled his hair. In contrast to him, Shirori smiled amusedly. Very well, if my blade will be enough, I'll bring one to you later. Akira was actually asking for the contact to buy that blade and not the blade itself, so he was surprised by her reply. Is that okay? I don't know the details, but it's not cheap, right? It is a company equipment, so I can't really tell you the precise price, but it is indeed not cheap. But even so, it is still an expendable equipment. So it's only given that I have spare blades, so don't worry. I can just use my spare blade. Even if you say so, I don't feel okay getting something that expensive, you see. If Akira-sama thinks that it might be overcompensation, then I have one request: please don't tell anyone about that card. It is not like I can compel you to do that, but it is related to the secret information from big companies, so it might cause a problem if you do it. And it applies even when you're talking with me, will that be okay? For Akira, who wanted to just cut all ties with that card, it was a good offer for him as well. Even more so if it was taken as a bribe to keep him from leaking some secret information. It was also a good excuse to accept such terms to obtain that expensive blade. So he immediately nodded and said, "All right, I won't say anything to anyone. Thank you very much." Both Akira and Shirori smiled, thinking that they were able to get through the negotiation well. After that, Akira and Shirori talked about some other stuff while enjoying the food before leaving the building. Shirori then left for a bit and returned back with a blade complete with its maintenance kit inside a trunk. Akira received that trunk, said their goodbyes, and left back home, while Shirori went back to the inner wall after seeing him off. As she was looking at Akira's back, Shirori thought, "It's a good thing that I was able to leave a good impression for now. I want to believe that it will not be a mistake." At first, Shirori was uncertain whether to completely forget about the white card, or bring it up again to Akira in order to try to leave a good impression on him. In the end, she chose the latter. With this, even if Akira discovered the truth later and realized that he mistook just how valuable that card was, the chance for him trying to inflict damage on Reina would lower. Moreover, bringing up that it was a company secret might also be a good excuse when it came to it. Shirori thought so and felt slightly relieved. A call then came from Kane. "Ain-san, how is it going over there?" "No problem at all, how about over there?" "We're on the way back now. By the way, Ain-san, about Milady taking the request for the mock battle training without your permission, should we talk about how we are going to handle this matter?" "I will act as if I don't know about it. If Milady slips up and says something about it later, I will handle it accordingly, so you don't need to say anything. Roger that. Shiori knew from the start that Reina and Togami were going to take on that request. As a matter of fact, it was their plan to keep her away from the city in case her negotiation with Akira did not go well. By the way, it seems that Milady has gotten stronger than we thought. To be honest, I think she has a good chance of living off as a hunter, you know? If Milady chooses to do so, it is my job to make sure that other doors will still be open to her. Ain-san, you're as doting as ever. Humph, I don't care what you say. Akira took some distance from Alpha and faced her. Let's start. Right at the next moment, Alpha threw her blade. Although they were close enough to trade blows, the blade flung and sliced Akira into two. His head rolled over and painted the floor red, followed by the headless body a moment later. Akira was not able to react at all. But of course it was all just an image from Alpha. Akira saw the image of his head on the ground and smiled wryly. Isn't that cheating? Nope. Like I said, the blades are the same, so I won't accept any complaints. If you don't want to get the floor covered with your heads, make sure to block the blade, okay? Let's start the next round then. Akira used his time compression to focus on defense right from the start this time. Thanks to that, he was able to survive a bit longer compared to last time. Since that day, he started incorporating blades in his training. Thanks to that, the floor of his garage was littered with his dead body every single day. Rebuild World Chapter 209 Not Two Choices. Akira was waiting giddily in front of the Kagama building. The suitcase in his hand contained his custom suit that was finally finished. Today was the day of his triple date with Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka. And right now he was waiting to meet up with them. Alpha was playing coy as she teased. You look pretty happy. Is that so? Well, it's fine, isn't it? But Akira just ignored Alpha's teasing. Normally he would give more response than that, but not today. It was proof that he was in a better mood than usual. To make sure that he would not be late, he came earlier than usual. This was also another proof of that fact. A little before the meeting time, Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka arrived. Just like Akira, they were also carrying their own custom dresses and suitcases. Shizuka knew that Akira was waiting for them. She smiled at him and said, "We were planning to come sooner than the meeting time, but it seems that we ended up making you wait instead." Huh. It's no problem at all. Is that so? Well, shall we get going? Although Akira tried to hide his glee, he was not able to trick anyone there. Seeing how happy he was to go to eat together with them, Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka could not hold back their giggles as they entered the building. Akira had visited high-class restaurants located on the upper floor of the Kagama building a few times in the past, but even so, he still looked a bit nervous when he entered one. Elena then told the receptionist that they had booked dinner and went to separate changing rooms based on gender. They changed their clothes there before following one of the waitresses who guided them to their seats. In the deeper part of the restaurant, there was a section separated by partitions. Behind those partitions, the tables were placed in rather wide intervals. All of the diners there were wearing proper suits just like Akira. No one was using an augmented suit like he had done before. Even the cyborg diners with metallic skin were also wearing tuxedos suitable for that place. The luxurious decorations in that section gave off a high-class and elegant aura that veiled the whole section. It gave off a feeling of a completely separate place away from the harsh world of the Eastern District. Akira followed the waitress as he felt like he stepped into a completely different world. When he arrived at their table, Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka, who arrived there first, welcomed him with a smile. Charmed by them, he froze for a bit the moment he saw them. Each of them was wearing a custom dress that boosted their respective unique beauty. Although each dress had a different focus, all of them gave the same sense of gracefulness and elegance, making their charm as ladies much more prominent. The beautiful dress adorned Sarah's ample body as she smiled bashfully. In contrast to that, Elena's dress capitalized on her wonderful arms and legs, which gave off a feeling that it was not only simply pure beauty, but they were also functional as she smiled confidently at him. While for Shizuka, in contrast to her usual working dress which covered her whole body, her dress was designed to boast that part of her as she blushed and smiled gently at Akira. Elena led the pack by asking for Akira's opinion. So what do you think? I think it's wonderful. Not only was Akira lacking verbal knowledge to express himself, but he was also so flustered that it did not help him at all in that situation. He only managed to say that short sentence. But judging from his reaction, they knew that he was honestly amazed, and that was enough for them as they smiled with satisfaction and bashfulness. Thank you. It's worth paying that much money for this dress. You also look good in that suit, you know? Thank you very much. Akira bashfully replied. Akira looked like a young master from some large corporation in his suit. Although he would normally look like a young boy in a suit, Celine had put all her talent into creating his suit. Thus his suit gave a strong aura of classiness and elegance. It did not even give off any weird feeling even though the one using it was Akira. Celine did her best to fulfill their orders. Thus all of them were using dresses and a suit, which allowed even someone as clueless to fashion as Akira to understand just how amazing they were. It even caused the waiters that guided them to look at them with sparkly eyes. As Akira sat in his seat, the waiters immediately brought the appetizers. They had chosen their course beforehand when they placed their booking. Since Akira refused to drink alcohol, everyone decided to remove alcohol from their course. But even so, all the dishes were simply amazing. They had an amazing experience although they did not partake in any alcohol during their meal. During dinner, Akira enjoyed exceptional food, while having a light conversation with people that he regarded as his close friends. The food, the smiles from Elena, Sarah and Shizuka, the subject of their conversation, the mood of the shop, all made Akira feel happy. The time passed by as he relished his time as he ate, not only for the sake of getting nutrition. The girls who watched him were happy to see that side of Akira. Akira was completely in joy until the very end of dinner. On the same day, Cheryl once again attended the feast in the Kagama building. After attending the same feast a few times, she had built up a level of resistance against the delicious-looking food served during the feast. So she only took a small portion onto her plate and ate it little by little. Although she thought that it was a blissful thing to be able to enjoy such amazing food, she was also having a hard time fighting back from making any exaggerated reaction to the amazing taste. Therefore, it was not like she could immerse herself in the food. Hoping to build her resistance, she took another small piece. Inabe, who saw that, raised his eyebrows. You have quite an appetite there. Cheryl stopped her hand and smiled politely at Inabe. I'm of that age after all. I see. Cheryl finished the rest of the food on her plate and solemnly placed it back on the table. She then once again turned to Inabe. Inabe-sama, regarding the coordination support system augmented suit that you've been kind enough to let us borrow, how long can I expect for this kindness to last? HM? It depends on how well they are doing. To be honest, I don't know for sure myself. Well, I know that it would be troublesome for you if you suddenly lose your fighting capabilities. I would at least tell them to let you know beforehand so as not to trouble you when they finish whatever they are doing. If you need it, I can ask them to extend the testing period, or instead I can look for another alternative. Thank you very much. So, in exchange for that, I have one thing I want to ask though. We're really thankful for your help. If it's something within our power, we'll be more than happy to accept your requests. I want you to help me negotiate with Akira. You're close to him, right? Cheryl was smiling politely up until now, but the moment Inabe said so, her expression suddenly turned sharp. Just to be safe, is it for an informal request that doesn't go through the hunter office? The answer to that is obvious, isn't it? That might be the case for common hunters, but this is Akira that we are talking about. Personally speaking, I prefer to remove any possible discrepancy in what we are talking about to prevent unwanted outcomes in the future. Inabe saw Cheryl's reaction as a warning not to cause any harm to Akira, because of some unwritten convention or anything similar to that. Although that was not exactly a mistake, half of the reason why Cheryl asked that question was also because she was not that familiar with that kind of dealing. Very well. I'll answer that question. Basically, it is in order not to leave any unnecessary records in the hunter office. After all, leaving such a record might cause a problem in the future. A formal request that went through the hunter office contained a strongly binding agreement between the requester and the hunter who accepted that request. Both sides must strictly follow the written detail of the request. But in some cases, even for a request that was agreed by both sides, the hunter office could intervene using the corporate government's authority to change the details of said request. The requests that had gone through such changes were simply that important. In order to avoid this, the content of the request would be written in a vague way so that it could be interpreted in various ways, or simply did not provide the detail of the request in the written agreement. Since it was not written, normally the hunter office could not do anything about it. So even if the unwritten part of the agreement contained some unfair clauses, the hunter could not make an appeal through the hunter office. On the other hand, when the requester did not want a part of the request to be known by the hunter office, they often have already made an agreement with the hunter beforehand. They would have already decided things like how far the detail of the request would be written in the agreement. Of course, the bigger the job, the more difficult it would be, so it was not strange for hunters to ask for a third party to help during negotiation. Yanagisawa agreed to temporarily stop extending the supply route into Kazusuhara Ruin. So all the area managers, including me, have turned our focus to searching and gathering relics. That's why we are in need of high-ranking hunters. If I pass the request through the hunter office, there's a good chance that the other area managers would try to mess with my request. Everyone from the larger corporations would also try to make a direct request to the hunter. After all, it is well known that information about such requests does not require a high authority to be accessible. So this is just a precaution to avoid it. Will that be enough for an explanation? Inabe was not lying, but he also did not tell Cheryl the whole truth. Although, the thing that he was hiding from Cheryl was unlikely to cause trouble both for himself and for Akira. Cheryl noticed that as well, so she smiled politely and replied, "Thank you very much. I will convey that to Akira and do my best to persuade him to accept your request." If you have the confidence to persuade him, I actually don't mind if you handle everything including the negotiation part though. Thank you, but I will have to refuse that offer. I'm still an amateur in terms of my negotiation skill, so I will have to refuse so as to not cause you any trouble. I see. In that case, I hope you'll at least join the negotiation as a mediator. Inabe made a guess based on Cheryl's reply. So, she basically doesn't want to handle the most troublesome part of the deal, which is the negotiations. She wants to avoid the risk of worsening her relationship with the hunter supporting her gang. As I thought, it's not like she has Akira completely under her control. It seems that it'll be difficult to use her as bait during the negotiation. I'll have to think of another way. As Inabe and Cheryl were exchanging words, trying to analyze their respective partner in conversation, Katsuya, who was also attending the same feast, noticed Cheryl. Cheryl. Inabe and Cheryl turned to Katsuya. Inabe-sama, if you're looking for a high-ranking hunter, wouldn't it be a good idea to try to talk to him? That one is under Drankum after all. So the one that I will have to negotiate with is Drankum, not him. Well, I'll do that if I need to, but that's plan B for me. Akira and Katsuya would be perfect if some of their personalities and situations were reversed. Both Inabe and Cheryl had that exact same thought there. Katsuya, who attended the feast, hoped to find Cheryl here, and was looking for her. Ever since Cheryl pulled him out from his slump, he has been performing very well. As a matter of fact, his performance as a hunter well surpassed all his past performances. Moreover, thanks to the coordination support system augmented suit that his team was using, the team's performance was also greatly improved. Not only did he believe that his problem was solved, he also thought that his luck had turned around. During the huge incident in Kazusuhara Ruin, they had gone through a hard battle defending the supply route. Although the battle was immensely difficult, they formed a close friendship during that battle. The number of people who looked down on Katsuya's team had also significantly decreased after that. He finally felt that all his hard work was starting to pay off. That was when he started to think that Cheryl could help him quickly solve his problems. As long as he had her by his side, he would not need to be afraid of any issues that might crop up, and that would allow him to keep himself at optimal performance. When he spotted Cheryl and called her name, Cheryl welcomed him with a smile. Katsuya was elated, as if he just met someone that he loved as he walked to her. As Cheryl and Katsuya were talking to each other and enjoying their conversation, Inabe, who was being considerate, left them alone. The subject of their talk mostly focused on Katsuya's recent hunter jobs. He was fulfilling his promise to return back alive and to share his experience. He happily spoke about the days he went out to her. Cheryl happily listened to his story with a smile. And then, while still maintaining her smile on the outside, she thought in the back of her mind, "Again, huh? And isn't he stronger than last time?" Cheryl had no doubt about Katsuya's strength. At least, he was strong enough for Drankum to evaluate him highly and allow him to join the feast. Even Inabe, who was an officer from city management, was also thinking of getting Katsuya on his side. There was no doubt Katsuya was a strong young hunter. Both the impression from meeting him and the data from investigating him pointed out to that conclusion. However, Cheryl felt something that was bothering her. Though normal people would not find anything wrong with him, Cheryl herself did not think that she had the ability to accurately identify someone's strength. If she had that kind of talent, she would have been able to notice how powerful Akira was right from the start, and she would not have treated him the way she did in the past. But when it came to Katsuya, she felt like there was something unnatural about Katsuya's skill and talent, and that feeling somehow felt really clear to her. Judging from the way Katsuya was talking with her, Cheryl was sure that he really liked her. But judging from his expression, there was a chance that it was a misunderstanding or it was fake. Although, her intuition told her that it was not the case, and she trusted her intuition with no hesitation at all. From her past experience, she knew that there was something affecting her evaluation of Katsuya. Although she did not know what that something was, just knowing that there was something provided her with a little resistance. "I feel like if I let my guard down, he'll dictate my view of him. There are some people in this world who have this strange kind of charisma. I'm still not knowledgeable nor experienced enough to handle this. I need to be careful." Cheryl reminded herself to be more careful dealing with Katsuya. After a few minutes, Viola returned to Cheryl, who was still talking with Katsuya. "Boss, I'm sorry, but it might be a good time to leave soon. I have another business to attend to, so I won't be able to give you support. I have arranged for someone to pick you up on the first floor. You'll know who when you're there, so don't worry." "Alright, Katsuya. I'm sorry, but I'll have to excuse myself for today." In that case, I'll accompany you to the first floor." "Thank you very much." Cheryl then left the feast together with Katsuya. Seeing that, Viola smiled amusedly. But it was a rather ominous smile that reflected her bad personality. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After finishing his dinner with Elena, Sarah, and Shizuka, Akira was back in his augmented suit, equipped with his rifles. With that short period of time which felt like a dream now in the past, he completely returned back to his usual self. Shizuka gently smiled at Akira and asked, "Akira, how was the dinner today? Did you enjoy it?" "Yes, it was an amazing experience. Shizuka-san, Elena-san, Sarah-san. Thank you for inviting me today." Akira smiled and bowed deeply. Seeing his response, Shizuka was glad that it was a meaningful time. "I'm glad to hear that. Let's go again if the chance comes up." "Of course, I'll be more than happy to if the chance indeed presents itself, although as expected it won't be anytime soon." Akira's delighted answer was followed by that remark and a bitter smile. Shizuka also replied with a bitter smile. "Well, you're right about that one. I too would need some time before we go again." Akira in the end paid his share of the food. Although it saved him from feeling bad getting treated to such an expensive meal, it also hit his money reserve. Not to mention the custom suit was not cheap as well. Shizuka also followed suit and offered to pay her share as well. Despite the fact that they split the bill, it was still not cheap. The day was already starting to get dark. Not only was it still a bit too soon to enjoy the nightlife, but Akira was also just an underage boy. Since it was not like there was anything they could do together after dinner, they decided to finish their date. Elena and Sarah went to take Shizuka back to her shop, while Akira stayed behind because he had something else to take care of. Before she left, Sarah lightly rubbed Akira's head. Well then, Akira, until next time. Of course, until next time. Akira smiled and saw them off. As he was no longer able to see them, Alpha, who kept herself invisible up until now, suddenly reappeared. It seems that you were having a good time while forgetting about me. I'm sorry about it. I just didn't want to look like a weird person during dinner. If I keep turning my head to empty spaces, I might get conscious of it and end up not enjoying the food. But then you still made me handle your information terminal though. Yeah, I'm sorry, alright? Alpha was pouting, so Akira smiled wryly and tried to cheer her up. Well, it doesn't really matter now. By the way, you need to go soon or you'll be late. Alright. I need to hurry up. Akira returned back to the Kagama building. During the dinner, he had received a message from Viola to pick Cheryl up and to take her back to the base if he was around. Akira, who was in a good mood, did not think it through and simply agreed. He did not wait long on the first floor before Cheryl appeared. But the moment he saw her, he was a bit surprised. Cheryl was together with Katsuya, and it seemed that they were pretty close as they were talking to each other. When Cheryl saw Akira, her smile immediately sprung up. She thought well of Viola, who had arranged this, which was rare for her. And then of course she had some thoughts. I wonder if Viola deliberately did this to get on my good side. But while she was still trying to work out what was Viola's aim for doing this, the situation suddenly changed. Katsuya stepped up in front of Cheryl as if to protect her from Akira. Katsuya was obviously directing animosity toward Akira. Meanwhile, Akira, who was at the receiving end of that animosity, tensed up and got himself ready for action. Of course, both Akira and Katsuya knew better than to cause a ruckus in front of the building managed by the Hunter office. But they simply could not trust each other. They were locked in that situation as tension in the air rose up. Cheryl was confused by the sudden change of events. Even in this situation, she did her best to try to understand what was going on as her eyes went back and forth between Akira and Katsuya. But when she looked at Akira, she remembered something that she had once imagined in the past and froze up. Akira's slightly surprised face overlapped with an image. An image of him abandoning her without an ounce of regret or hesitation. The same image that she had imagined in the past. Akira then showed a hint of movement, as if he was about to leave the place. When Cheryl noticed that, all the doubts and questions in her mind were immediately thrown out of the window as she ran and hugged him by pure reflex. Akira, you came to pick me up, huh? Thank you very much. Cheryl never expected that she would raise her voice that high and squeeze out a smile in order to ascertain her position. Although there was a mix of desperation in her smile, her arm was still hugging tight, as if she was clinging onto Akira for her life. Akira also did not expect that from her at all, as he looked slightly troubled by it. While on the other hand, Katsuya could not hold back his surprise. It was such a shock to him that he could not fully process what just happened. Cheryl? Katsuya's short sentence was filled with his earnest feeling. In response, Cheryl was still clinging to Akira's arm as she turned around and replied, "Can you please stop acting like that? Akira might misunderstand something, you know?" The harsh words and the ice-cold gaze were so different from the Cheryl whom he knew up until now. The shock made Katsuya at loss for words. Cheryl's gaze returned back to Akira as she gave the best smile that she could muster. It was a desperate, made-up smile to show her affection toward Akira. She then clung hard to him and earnestly pleaded, "Let's go back now." Akira was still a bit confused and uncertain of what to do there. So Cheryl forcefully pulled his arm and practically dragged him away from that place. They then left the building just like that. Katsuya, who was left alone, was found standing exactly in the same spot when Mizuha found him. She was worried that Katsuya did not return after some time and went to look for him. On their way back, Akira, who still did not fully understand what just happened, tried to make his own guess and said to Cheryl, "I don't really know what was going on back then, but if you need connection with other hunters for the sake of the gang, I have no wish to get in the way. So you should not worry about it. I won't complain at all, you know?" Cheryl's made-up smile crumbled and turned into a rather sad expression. Akira's words showed just how little he thought of her. Although he once jumped straight into the fray during that huge incident in the slum city the other day in order to save her, He did not even feel a shred of jealousy when he saw Cheryl was having a good time with another guy. It was just extremely unnatural. If they were really a couple, there was a word that would immediately solve that abnormality, but Cheryl averted her consciousness from that word. You can't say that to your lover. Our setting is that we are close to each other, that is why you are willing to support my gang. A lot of things regarding the gang are based on that assumption. Although I can't force you if I may, I really hope that you would try to be careful so as to not do anything that might break that assumption. Alright, you have a point there, I'll be more careful. Akira was convinced by that answer, although Cheryl wished that he would not just obediently accept her reasoning like that. But even so, Cheryl tried to give her best smile, hoping and wishing that their relationship would turn into a real one sometime in the future. Back at base, Cheryl waited in her room for Viola to return. She had told Viola to visit the room later no matter what, and she did not mind if Viola was late. It was already late at night and the date had already changed, but Cheryl still waited silently for Viola. Since her emotion had completely overpowered her sleep, she did not feel drowsy at all. A few knocks could be heard, followed by Carol entering with Viola. Boss, I heard that you called for me. Do you need anything? Cheryl silently pointed her pistol at Viola, but Viola's smile was not perturbed. Oh, that's not friendly at all. Is there anything wrong? What was that? Even if you ask me, I don't really know what is that you're talking about. Don't play dumb with me. The hand gripping the pistol reflected Cheryl's real feeling. It was shaking with anger. She was barely able to stop her finger from pushing the trigger. Her face showed obvious animosity. In order to hold back her anger and maintain her logical mind, her expression was more of cold ruthlessness instead of anger. But even so, Viola still had her usual smile. It's not like I'm trying to play coy here. It doesn't matter how hard you try to bait me with words. You do know well that won't work on me, right? Viola kept up playing dumb as if to tease Cheryl. In order not to accidentally shoot her and to keep her calm, Cheryl repeatedly took deep breaths while telling herself to remain calm. On the first floor of the Kagama building, why did you make the three of us meet there? I thought that it would make you happy to have Akira escort you back though. Did something happen? A gunshot echoed. The bullet left a hole in the wall next to Viola. Cheryl readjusted her aim at Viola. But Viola did not move at all. As a matter of fact, her smile widened. For the sake of the gang's future, I just thought that you might be able to mediate between Akira and Katsuya, since it seems that both of them have a rather hostile relationship. But it seems that it didn't work out well, huh? For the gang's sake, huh? Do you really think that would work? Stop with the lies. I know that you don't honestly think so. I'm not lying. Katsuya is a very skilled hunter, and it seems that he's interested in you. So if you can use that to make peace between him and Akira, there's no doubt that it would greatly help the gang. I'm sure you know well yourself just how profitable it would be for the gang if that works. Viola made a good argument. Cheryl tried to calm herself down, but as if to mock her efforts, Viola then continued. Well, if that was enough to break your relationship with Akira, it means that there's less chance Akira would come for my head if I somehow get you angry. To be honest, I was hoping for that outcome as well. So basically, for me, I didn't mind how it would turn out either way. If it was a success, it would be very profitable for the gang, and if it failed, then it would bring profit for me. Well, but unfortunately, it seems that it didn't exactly go either way, huh? That is really unfortunate. Viola had her evil smile on her face as she said so. Cheryl was shaking in anger as she was barely able to hold herself back. Moreover, as they locked their gazes, Viola's eyes were challenging her to shoot if she could really afford to do so. After a short silence, Cheryl lowered her pistol. If she killed Viola here, all the amazing ongoing progress of the gang would be thrown down the drain. The gang was the only thing that Cheryl could hand over to Akira in order to repay her debt to him, so she could not afford to lose it. That reasoning was barely able to save Viola. Get out. Is that all? All right, boss, good night. Viola turned around and was about to leave the room with Carol, but before she exited the room, she left a few words for Cheryl. You can't win me with violence, you know? So suit yourself. Later then, boss. After Viola and Carol left the room, Cheryl threw her pistol onto the floor, but not before emptying its magazine at the door. I'll definitely win, just you see. Cheryl replaced the raging emotion inside her with determination, and renewed her resolve to remove Viola. Outside of the room, Carol sighed in exasperation. Geez, you're just as awful as ever. You might provoke her like that, believing that she won't shoot. But if you keep this up, you'll really get shot. Nope, I was hoping that she would shoot. What dash? Is that so? Yep. That's why I brought you with me. I know that you can handle such a situation when it happens, right? Well, that's true, but still. I was hoping she would shoot and you would protect me, then I can leak that information and use it to do other things. But it seems that she can control herself well. It was pretty impressive. Seems that she has gotten tougher. To be honest, I really didn't expect that at all. Viola seemed to be pretty happy there. In contrast to that, Carol smiled wryly and mumbled, "And here I thought it was pretty rare for you to seriously help someone else like the gang. But it turns out that you were just playing with the fire here just now. Huh? You just can't give it a break, can you? Just so you know, I'm already being careful so as to not get on Akira's bad side. Of course, I would change my mind if you would get him under control though." Nah. That's really unfortunate. Viola and Carol exchanged jokes and lightly laughed. Both of them knew well just how horrendous each of their attitudes was. Rebuild World Chapter 210 Negotiation with Inabe. Shurjima was resting in his private chamber back in his gang's base. His face had slightly lost its luster, which showed just how tired he was. This was caused by none other than his exhausting duty. The battle between those two large gangs in the slum city had left a large vacant territory. Thankfully, the other slum gangs were able to talk it out and peacefully divide the vacant territory. The result from their discussion was that Cheryl would take half of the territory left by the Izant family. She would also lend all of that territory for Shijima's gang to manage. In exchange for that, the gang would share the profit from managing that territory 50-50. Of course, this would mean that Cheryl's gang would get 50% of the profit without having to manage that territory. Normally speaking, it was a very greedy deal. Despite that, the other gangs still accepted it. This showed just how frightened the other gangs were of Akira and Viola, who were behind Cheryl's gang. Having control of the territory meant that Shurjima could fake the reports for the expense so that his own gang could gain more money. As a matter of fact, they were already doing it. But since no one could tell what kind of retribution Akira might bring down on them if it were to leak out, they were being extremely careful and only did it to a tolerable limit. Now that Cheryl had lent the territory for him to manage, Shijima was employing people from the other gangs to work under him in order to manage it. As he was the head, he was also responsible for the distribution of profits. Unfortunately, with how big the Izant family's territory was, it produced a large amount of profit. This caused more friction between the gangs. Shurjima was basically having a hard time adjusting arrangements to appease everyone. Although managing this area did significantly increase his gang's prowess and influence, it also put him under a lot of stress. One of Shijima's men then entered the room. "Boss, is it a good time?" "I'm resting right now. If it's not an emergency, save it for later. If it is about some members from the other gangs fighting over a girl or something, let them settle that matter between their own gangs themselves. There's no need to bring everything to me." "No, it's just that we noticed some movement from Cheryl's gang. So just to be safe, I'm here to report to you about it." After hearing that report, Shijima's face stiffened. It seemed that an officer from city management visited Cheryl's base in order to meet Cheryl himself. Normally, no one would believe it, but if it was the truth, it was not something that could be ignored. "Are you sure this information is correct?" "One thing that we have confirmed is that a certain vehicle with the city management emblem on it was spotted entering Cheryl's base, along with someone wearing an expensive-looking suit. He was escorted by a bunch of heavily armed bodyguards who came out from that vehicle. This is from our men working in Cheryl's base. That's why we know that this is definitely true." I've heard rumors that their relic shop relies on someone from city management, as the gang provides side income to that person. City management also dispatched manpower to guard that relic shop. I've always thought that it's just a rumor that Viola fabricated, but it seems that it's not the case, huh? Shurjima looked immensely confused and uncertain. If he was able to use this information wisely, he would be able to gain a lot of benefit from it, but if not, it might end up with the destruction of his gang. There was no doubt that he had to be careful on how to deal with this situation. Let the other gangs know about it too. If they ask for a meeting to discuss it, tell them that we're still considering what to do regarding the same. And even if we're going to convene a meeting, we'll only do it after I ask Cheryl about it. Roger that, boss. After the guy left the room, Shurjima frowned and mumbled. Good grief, they were only a small gang made up of slum children not too long ago, and now it has grown significantly again. Thinking about what kind of disturbance it might cause and how much work that he needed to do to take care of it, Shurjima heaved a huge sigh. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside Cheryl's room in her base, Akira and Inabe were sitting facing each other. Behind Inabe, there was a group of heavily armed soldiers as if they were planning to go to the inner part of a ruin later. Akira was also using an augmented suit and carried his SSB rifles, though he left his blade behind since it was too long and might obstruct him from sitting down on a chair. Cheryl was not sure if it was appropriate for her to stay, but due to Inabe's request, she decided to leave the room. So after she placed the coffee on the table, she excused herself. Inabe started. Before we get into the heart of the matter, I have a few questions. Although it might be weird for me to be complaining, you're the one who wanted to have the meeting here. If you have a reason for it, please do tell me. If you rather choose to meet somewhere in the ruin, we can go there now though. No, it's not something as secretive as that. Ah. Did you choose this place since you thought this would be a discussion that is meant to be kept secret? It's just that it's more comfortable for me to talk somewhere I'm familiar with. I see. After a short pause, Inabe stopped chasing the subject. Akira only thought that it was rather weird for Inabe to stop there, but he did not bother to think any further than that. In contrast to him, Inabe tried to read deeper into the situation. At first, they originally planned to have the meeting in a high-class restaurant on the upper floor of the Kagama building. But Akira said that he would rather have the meeting in Cheryl's base, and so that plan was changed. This was because Akira was being more careful than usual, considering that Inabe wanted to offer him a request without passing it through the hunter office. Furthermore, he knew from his conversation with Kobayashi that sometimes people invited high-ranking hunters to some high-class restaurant that they were not familiar with to trick them into signing an unfair contract. That was why Akira chose to have the meeting in Cheryl's base instead. Not to mention that in this case, he could use the excuse that this offer had come to him through Cheryl, so it was not strange if he wanted to have that meeting in Cheryl's base. From what Akira did, Inabe continued to ponder. He might have noticed that I was the person behind the deal he made in the deeper part of the Kuzusuhara ruin the other day. Or it could be that Cheryl's gang is actually Akira's gang, and he had chosen to meet within his territory in order to gain the upper hand during negotiation. There is also the possibility of him deliberately making me visit this base in order to show off our relationship to the other gangs and exert more influence on them. Inabe pondered just how much Akira was involved in everything since the day Viola visited the temporary base. If that is indeed the case, then Akira is not only a high-ranking hunter, he is also a hunter who thirsts for money and power. There are many hunters who use slum city gangs to do covert illegal activities, after all. Inabe then came to a conclusion. Although there was evidence that disproved his theories, it was still wise to be careful. Now then, before we start, I have one thing to say. Although it's not something so secretive for us to have this meeting in the inner part of a ruin, it is still a classified meeting related to the city management. So I'll need you to keep this confidential as a proper hunter. Also remember that there are consequences if you break this promise. Are you okay with it? Sure. Then let's begin. Inabe was planning to do a large-scale expedition to explore the inner part of the Kuzusuhara ruin. Not only would it involve a lot of hunters, But he was also planning to deploy the humanoid weapons that were just approved for deployment recently. Of course, it would not be a cheap operation. If the expedition fails, it would incur a huge loss for him. But even so, Inabe placed his bet on the expedition, and he was in the process of gathering the manpower necessary right now. After hearing Inabe explain, Akira frowned and looked a bit conflicted. I'm sure you know about this, but I almost got killed in Kazusuhara Ruin a few times recently, right? To be honest, I have no plans to go there anytime soon. Facing danger is an occupational hazard for a hunter. Moreover, we will leave most of the job to the humanoid soldiers. The hunters would only be deployed once the robots finish securing the area. So you guys can focus only on gathering relics. Don't worry, the city management also plans to deploy powerful powered suits as well. I'm sure that you're familiar with the type of powered suit that we're talking about here, and just how powerful they are. And unlike during the previous incident in Kazusuhara Ruin, they will not be in a testing phase, so they're not restricted to only melee weapons anymore. We will have enough fighting power to safely conduct the expedition. Even if you say so. Even with that added, Akira seemed to be reluctant. But Inabe then continued. I heard that you're ordering powerful equipment through a city management staff member, Kobayashi, right? I'm actually involved in that matter as well. Akira's expression immediately changed. What do you mean? Akira's expression, stare, and voice were all projecting a level of hostility. Inabe's bodyguards inadvertently reacted to that hostility. The mood inside the room immediately tensed up. Although Inabe kept his calm demeanor from the outside, he was actually taken aback. The bodyguards for a city management's officer were in no way weak. He thought that Akira should be aware of it and he would not try anything funny there. But Akira's stance was showing that he had no problem having a fight here and now. Inabe thought that unnecessary intimidation might be counter-effective in this case as he changed his approach to the meeting. Oh, don't misunderstand me. I have no plans to get in your way of getting new equipment if you refuse this offer. As a matter of fact, it is the opposite. I can help you with your new equipments if you accept this offer. As Akira's intimidating aura gradually receded, Inabe let out a sigh of relief in his heart before continuing. You're looking for powerful equipment that you can't get through normal means, right? Not to mention that you're willing to spend most of your reward on it. I'm sure that Kobayashi has some extraordinary connections that can help you with that, and I bet they will be able to answer your expectation well. But I know there's still a limit on how far a mere staff can do. Unlike him, I can connect you with some powerful people. Just so you know, I can even get you that black-powered suit. If you accept this offer and do a good job in gathering relics during the expedition, I'm willing to help you out with your equipment. So how about that? I don't really want that powered suit though. I'm just saying that I can even get you something that powerful. When you're looking for powerful equipment, money alone is not enough. You'll also need a high hunter rank. After all, there are many corporations that only make deals with hunters with a high enough ranking. You are relying on Kobayashi in order to circumvent that problem, right? Well, that's true, but then there's no reason to hesitate here. Although it sounds suspicious for me to say this expedition is a rare chance even for you. At least I'll let you know about this. During the expedition, the area would be closed from public access. After all, it would be troublesome if some hunters not from the expedition team take away the relics in that area. It is difficult to get the chance to join this kind of expedition. Normally, hunters would fight each other for this offer. As a matter of fact, there's an ongoing competition behind the scenes between the representatives of various hunter gangs. You can join this expedition without the need to go through any of that. So there's no reason for you to hesitate. Akira himself thought that it was indeed an enticing offer, but that was exactly what made him suspicious. To be honest, this offer sounds too good to be true for me though. Is there any reason you are prioritizing me that much? Inabe took a short pause before he lightly smiled and confessed. Well, I can't tell you all the details, but basically, you're already well past the criteria to be included in this operation. For example, your hunter rank. City management actually decided to temporarily stop the supply line expansion into Kazusuhara Ruin. During this break, all the other officers are also planning to launch a large-scale expedition. But in order to do that, they need enough capable manpower. Because of that, we are actually competing for hunters above rank 40, you see. That's why we're offering you all of these things in order to get you to join my expedition. Although I already received answers from the other hunters who are above rank 40, the more hunters I have, the better it is. Akira was okay with that answer, but he still requested extra confirmation. Alpha. He's not lying, but he's also hiding something. So he's not as kind as to tell me everything, huh? As a matter of fact, it was even suspicious if he remembered anything in the past few days. The half-eaten meal next to him showed that he had also lost his appetite. Although the light was on, it was because Yamaina and the other girls turned them on, worried for him. There was no doubt if he was left alone, he would just continue to despair inside this dark space. The shock from when he parted off with Cheryl still lingered in him. Yamaina and the other girls entered the room, worried for him. When they told Katsuya that Inabe came to see him, he only glanced and showed a minimal response. So Yamaina and the other girls had no other choice but to grab his arm and carry him out of the room on their shoulders. He did not even resist when they did that. Katsuya was sitting face to face with Inabe in Drankum's visitor room. Many young hunters gathered around Katsuya and Mizuha, and all of them seemed gloomy. Even Inabe felt a bit creeped out after seeing it. So basically, the mood of the whole team is determined by the mood of the main actor of the team. Huh? A team heavily affected by the condition of its leader. I bet all of them are in Katsuya's team. I see now, as expected, the team is not fit for duty in this condition. Inabe then turned to Mizuha. I'll have everyone but him leave this room. But he's in this situation, so it's not like we can just leave him alone. No. This meeting includes private information for him, and other information regarding the interest of city management. So the fewer ears around, the better. That's why I want everyone unrelated to leave the room. Seeing that all of them were reluctant to leave, Inabe sighed and sent an intense glare as he once again ordered, "Leave." Seeing that, Mizuha and the rest finally left the room. Yamaina, who left last, turned around and bowed at Inabe as if pleading to him before she closed the door behind her. He even acted like that in front of a Drankum's officer and an officer from city management, huh? As I thought, the gang is really spoiling him. This is simply abnormal even for Yanagisawa's influence. Honestly, these guys put too much stock in him. I just can't understand what they are thinking. Inabe decided to shelf that question for now. In order to start the negotiation, he then smiled and said to Katsuya, "Now then, I'm not sure if you're even listening or not, but before we go on to the main subject, there's a small thing that I want to talk to you about. I heard that you got rejected by Cheryl. That must be rough." Inabe's tone was obviously directed to mock Katsuya instead of cheering him up, causing Katsuya's anger to well up. This anger turned into energy and returned the color on his face as Katsuya, who was unresponsive up until now, sent a glare toward Inabe's direction. "So why are you here? You have no business with a mere hunter who has no relation to Cheryl, right?" "Oh." "That's indeed correct. That's why I have some business with you." Katsuya showed a bit of surprise. Inabe's mocking smile shifted into a friendly one, and he did that deliberately. What do you mean?" As a businesswoman and the leader of a gang, there are times when she has to make hard decisions. That's all there is to it. Inabe's words rejuvenated Katsuya's hope, who had always been wishing that there was a reason why Cheryl did that. There must be some kind of misunderstanding there. Tell me everything. If you really want to know, stop hanging your head and straighten your back. That's not how you present yourself during a negotiation. You know? Katsuya flusteredly straightened his back. Seeing that, Inabe was sure that he had secured his victory. Sorry to start from something unpleasant, but to put it in simple terms, Cheryl has debts, or more like a loan. Well, both refer to the same thing anyway. Debt. From that word, Katsuya immediately made a guess that Akira was trying to get Cheryl by using that debt as an excuse. So naturally, he then thought that he might be able to take that debt off from Cheryl's. That debt, how much is it exactly? I don't know the precise number, but one thing for sure, it is not small. Let me ask you this instead. How much do you think it might be? Considering that it was large enough to force Cheryl to make such a hard decision, Katsuya paused for a bit before wording out his guess. Like 30 million. No, 50 million orum? Katsuya only guessed that it must be pretty big but not completely out of reach for him when he said that. But Anabe shook his head and replied, "Unfortunately, it's way more than that." Way more than that. So I guess it's not like 55 million either, so 500 million? It's at least 5 billion. It might go as high as 10 billion or even more. Katsuya dropped his jaw and flusteredly exclaimed, "Are you serious? That's just way too much no matter how you slice it. It's the debt of someone who can even attend that feast, you know? 30 million orum? 50 million orum? Heh, there's no way it's that small. It seems that you don't fully understand the real worth of the people who can attend that feast. People in that event can casually make deals worth billions of orum. Well, although there's a difference whether it is her debt or the debt of her organization." Katsuya still had not fully recovered from the shock as he listened to Anabe. The larger the corporation, the bigger the liability in the case that corporation goes under. And then the debt, well, investment loan, you can call it whatever you want. It takes talent to be able to manage that much money. After all, the person loaning it out did it expecting to get something in return. That girl basically is just that talented, but then she failed. I guess that's what happened. Katsuya understood that it was something out of his capabilities and frowned. But even so, there's no doubt in her talent, so I bet she's trying to get up again with the little amount of money she has. And in reality, she is doing very well considering that she's able to attend that feast. Cheryl is actually earning money by selling relics at the moment. It is not something strange in the Eastern District. I'm sure she will be able to pay back her debt soon at this rate. That's why I'm sponsoring her relic shop as well. We did talk about business during the feast, remember? That's exactly what we were talking about back there. Katsuya did not expect that Cheryl was having such a hard time at the same time. He hated himself since he could not help her. Cheryl needs relics for her relic shop. That's why she needs skilled hunters. Fortunately, she has some connections with Akira. Now then, I bet you're asking yourself, why would she go to Akira when you yourself are a skilled hunter, right? Yeah. You're indeed a skilled hunter. Your hunter rank is pretty high as well. I myself have confirmed that you're a skilled hunter based on the information that I gathered about you. But unfortunately, you're not the kind of hunter that Cheryl is looking for. After all, you're a skilled monster hunter. Most of your track records are from subjugating monsters or protecting intercity transports. So unfortunately, this track record can't attest for your skill in hunting relics. But that's not the case for Akria. He's doing very well as a relic hunter. He's basically a proficient treasure hunter. If it's only that much, not too long ago I found some old world terminal, right? Just that one time out of coincidence, right? We can't really expect you to keep producing that kind of result just from that one time, right? Katsuya could not argue back and just sat there in silence. Moreover, even if it's not from coincidence but from your talent, that doesn't change much from Cheryl's point of view. You're a hunter from Drankum. The gang decides where the relics that you gathered will go, not you. I bet they won't let you give those relics to Cheryl even if it is to get on your good side. And it won't work even if Cheryl tries to negotiate with Drankum. The hunters in Drankum are receiving a lot of support from the gang, and it is not cheap. It's only to be expected that the relics its members gather will go there first. They will have no relics available for Cheryl. In contrast to that, Akira is an independent hunter, which is rare to find. So, if she can just get on his good side, she will be able to expect some relics to go to her. Katsuya imagined a lot of things and frowned. Is he that good of a relic hunter? Enough for Cheryl to do that? I have my position to consider here, so make sure that this won't leak outside, okay? It seems that Akria brought back Old World Automata just recently. I heard that he was working as a team, so the money from that automata will be distributed to the rest of his team and Cheryl wouldn't get anything this time. Even at this moment, there are many companies competing to get those automata. Just imagine how much it would profit Cheryl if those relics went to her instead. It won't be strange for her to expect Akira to achieve the same thing in the future. And the more Akira likes her, the better the chance his relics will go to her. I bet that's why she doesn't spare any effort in order to get Akira to like her. Katsuya imagined even more and his frown deepened. She did not know that you and Akira are on bad terms. After seeing how you reacted, as a businesswoman and the leader of her gang, her options were between you and Akira, but her only choice was to side with Akira. There was no room for her own feelings. It was a hard decision. Well, it is all just my guess though. I'm not her after all, so I don't know what exactly she was thinking at that moment. But well, I can guess that much judging from how you two were talking during the feast. Katsuya was hoping that there was a reason why Cheryl did that, and this pretty much confirmed it for him. But what laid after was something that was out of his reach, something worse than he had expected. Is there really nothing that I can do? Seeing Katsuya hand his head low in frustration again, Inabe then said to him, as if to give him hope. Actually, I'm planning a large-scale expedition to Kazusuhara Ruins inner area, and I need a lot of skilled hunters for executing this plan. So yes, I'm planning to hire a lot of skilled hunters who specialize in hunting monsters in order to secure the area of the expedition. If we're successful, I'm sure we can return with a lot of relics from this expedition. Of course, I will have ownership over those relics and where to send them. Normally, I will prioritize sending those relics to corporations connected to city management, but if you perform well during the expedition, I don't mind giving some of the relics to Cheryl. Of course, I will inform her that it was mostly thanks to your hard work. If Cheryl knows that she has other options for her sources of relics, I'm sure her evaluation of Akira would lower, and she would not have to make that kind of tough decision anymore. She will have other options besides Akira. So what do you think? Inabe said so and gave Katsuya a friendly smile. But he was surprised when he looked at Katsuya's expression. A sense of resolve was welling up from his serious face. Katsuya then lowered his head to Inabe. Please, let me join your expedition. Of course, certainly. Inabe was a bit overwhelmed by the powerful determination oozing out from Katsuya that felt like physical pressure. So this is the real him, huh? I see. No wonder Drankum is so invested in him. I bet the people around him lost to this as well. This would explain why Drankum has broken into factions. In order to keep control of the conversation, Inabe deliberately let off an authoritative smile. We have a deal then. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. That's why I keep this a secret, okay? I have my position to consider here. You get it, right? Ah, yes. Sounds good. If they ask you what happened, just tell them that you got fired up after I offered you a highly profitable ruin expedition. To be honest, I don't really care what excuse you make as long as you keep this a secret. Okay. Now then, I have nothing more I want to talk to you about. I need to go meet the original negotiator from Drankum to let her know that this matter has been settled. So I'll take my leave. Inabe stood up and walked towards the door. Katsuya also stood up, flustered, and bowed to Inabe. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I'm looking forward to your work. As Inabe left the room, he noticed that Yamaina and the others were waiting nearby. Even Mizuha was present, so he called on her to request a meeting for another time. Inabe found Mizuha and the others' reaction rather weird. All of them looked delighted. The gloomy mood that they had right before they left the room was nowhere to be seen. Since Katsuya was still inside the room, there was no way they knew that Katsuya had cheered up. Were they eavesdropping? Good grief, these guys really have no manners. Inabe thought so and just pushed that matter out of his mind. In reality, they did not eavesdrop. Considering just how much that it might hurt them in the future, there was no way a Drankum officer would do something like that to an officer from city management. And of course, she would not let Yamaina and the others do that as well. Inside the room, Katsuya apologized to Yamaina and the others for making them worry. He apologized, smiled, and pumped himself up for the upcoming expedition. Everyone present was delighted that Katsuya was able to cheer up in such a short time. Strangely enough, no one found it suspicious. Rebuild World Chapter 211, Reina and Togami's decision. Akira once again joined the coordination support augmented suit experiment, which doubled as mock battle training. Despite having to fight Ario and the other children plus Togami and Reina this time, Akira was still maintaining his usual 50% win rate. It was meaningful training, with each round improving the fighting abilities of all its participants. His opponents were extremely surprised. They thought that Akira would have enough leeway to hold back, with the difference mainly being their numbers. But in reality, Akira was having a hard time as well. The only reason why they thought so was because Akira seemed ultimately unperturbed even after he lost a round. During a small break, Togami glanced at Akira talking to Cheryl. Cheryl was donning a relatively stylish outfit for someone out in the wasteland. She took great joy in their conversation. Her smile reflected her strong feelings toward Akira. But in contrast to that, Akira was talking like usual. Although it was not like he was completely emotionless, his reaction was rather bland for a boy of his age when talking to someone like Cheryl. But even so, Cheryl still seemed to be extremely delighted. According to Ario and the others, it seems that they are lovers. But still, she's really a beauty. Seeing her talk to Akira, I bet that she's deeply in love with him. Man, seriously, both Akira and Katsuya. I wonder if beautiful girls normally flock to you when you're that strong. Which means that I'm still far away from being strong enough, huh? I'm so envious. I wonder if a beautiful girl will come to me. I don't care if she just wants my money. Togami said so jokingly, although with a slightly serious face. Reina, who heard it, felt mysteriously irritated, but she was being careful so as to not show it. You don't have anyone like that, huh? You're pretty famous as the leader of the anti-Katsuya faction, right? To be honest, I think it won't be weird if girls try to approach you because of that. Togami smiled bitterly as if to mock himself. Nope, not at all. I know a few people who used to say that Drankum has more girls both as hunters and as administrators compared to the other gangs. But almost all the girls around our age are following Katsuya. So the rest of us have none left. Now that I think about it, once you return to him, I think he'll complete his collection. Whoa, can you not treat me as a collection? Sorry. But again, the reason you left his team is because you thought you were too weak and would just slow him down, right? To be honest, you're already strong enough now though. That might be true, but still. An awkward silence pervaded. Togami prevented himself from doing anything that might hurt his pride while Reina was uncertain on what to do, including matters regarding Katsuya's team. Togami then changed the subject to change the mood as well. By the way, Ario's team is actually moving like Katsuya's team, right? Reina deliberately followed through in order to get away from the awkwardness. I bet it's some kind of imitation because the coordination system uses the battle log data from Katsuya's team as its learning pattern. That's why their movements are similar. By the way, how did you notice that? Back then when I was training under Shikarabe, he showed me their battle log to analyze, basically pointing out its weakness and how to face such an opponent. We did that for a whole day. It even came up in my dreams. Back then, I thought that it was impossible to fight such a big group all alone, but... Togami smiled wryly, seeing which, Reina replied with a similar smile. Although it's true that they're weaker, we were able to do that last time. And Akira was able to do that all alone with us joining the other side. At least we know now that it's not impossible. I guess that just shows that we've improved. As Togami and Reina lightly smiled at each other, a notice suddenly reached them. So they went to Akira to inform him that they were ordered to leave the training and return back to Drankum's base. Once they arrived, Togami and Reina were summoned to the meeting room by Mizuha. At the very start, they were informed that the gang had successfully sold the Old World automata. Thus Reina and Togami were no longer restricted from dangerous hunter jobs. Although Togami was delighted, he also seemed a bit confused. If it's only that much, you could have just informed us through Arabe-san, right? So why did you summon us here? Now that both of you are not prohibited from doing dangerous hunter jobs, I have an offer for you. There's a huge expedition plan to explore the inner part of Kazusuhara Ruin, so I want both of you to participate in that operation. Togami was really interested in that offer, but he still seemed not fully convinced yet. After all, Mizuha was still the officer in the Katsuya faction, so it was weird for her to bring an offer to him, and that suspicion caused him to knit his brows. Mizuha immediately noticed what Togami was thinking and smiled as she explained. Of course, you'll be working under Katsuya. Togami and Reina did not seem surprised by it. They had seen that coming, but they both reacted differently to it. Togami showed a rather cold attitude while Reina was at loss. It was obvious that one of them took that offer as an excuse to force him to work under Katsuya, while the other one thought that it might be a chance to return back to Katsuya's team. Mizuha proceeded by explaining in detail the benefit of participating in that large-scale expedition. Togami and Reina both understood the benefit that they could obtain. So, Mizuha continued by asking a question in a friendly manner. So then what do you think? I think it's a great offer for both of you. Reina hesitated, but Togami replied firmly. I'll have to refuse. Mizuha and Reina raised their eyebrows and looked at Togami. Mizuha then frowned and asked him, I know that our relationship is a bit complicated, but I think this is a good opportunity to start anew. Are you sure you want to refuse? Yeah. Togami showed firm resolve in his answer, but that only caused Mizuha to get a bit emotional. Are you sure you're not getting ahead of yourself with people calling you the leader of the anti-Katsuya faction? Let me tell you this. That faction is no longer functional. That's just how great Katsuya's track record is. It was indeed as Mizuha said, most of the people in Drankum were actually supporting the Katsuya faction either passively or actively. Although there were still Shikarabe and his cliques who were still taking the opposition side, it was no longer big enough to be called a faction. The reason why I offered you this chance is only because you returned back with Old World automata although they were already in a broken state. Otherwise, there's no reason to invite someone who is against Katsuya. This is a very gracious offer. Do you really understand what will happen to your standing in the future if you refuse this offer? Mizuha's words started getting mixed with threats. But even so, Togami did not change his mind. It's true that I was getting too confident in myself, and it's true that a part of the reason why I refused is my pride. I do know well that refusing this offer will bring me a lot of trouble later on. On the contrary, if I accept this offer, I'm sure I'll get better requests and equipment from the gang, which will make me stronger. Moreover, there's no doubt that guy is stronger than me, so I have no plans to make excuses like I don't want to work under someone weaker than me. As a matter of fact, he might be so strong that I might slow him down instead. When that happens, he might save me and that might be a trigger for many more good things in the future. Togami, who spoke as if he was talking about someone else unrelated to him, showed that he understood very well how good that offer was. That was why Mizuha was more confused than before. So then why won't you accept it? It's true that I'll get stronger if I work under him, but that will be a strength that relies on him. I want to be stronger myself. I don't need power that won't work without him. I don't want to degrade myself to being just another drone under him. I know that it's just my dumb pride. But it's the kind of pride that I bet my life with even if you see it as foolish. That's why I'll have to refuse your offer. At least, I'll thank you for offering me such a good deal. There was no chance for negotiation. Mizuha looked coldly at Togami and warned, You'll regret it. If I do, then it's because I'm weak. So it can't be helped. I'll excuse myself then. Togami lightly bowed toward Mizuha, made a 180-degree turn and left. Mizuha's gaze shifted to Reina. You're going to accept, right? Her time to make her decision had come, so Reina made her resolve. I'm sorry, but I also refuse. Mizuha could not believe what she just heard and looked completely surprised. Even you too? Why? Are you being serious here? If you don't take this opportunity, you might not have any chance to return back to Katsuya's team, you know? It's true that I do want to return back to Katsuya's team, but I want to stand beside him. I have no wish to return back to be someone under him, someone that he needs to protect. I want to stand beside him as a fellow hunter of the same standing. Although I don't think I will ever be able to surpass him, I'm thinking of doing my best until the day I can be as good as him. Do you really think that day will ever come? No matter how much you try, he'll only drift further and further. Katsuya's skill and talent are already good enough to attract the attention of city management. You know? You'll definitely regret it. If I do, that will be because of my lack of talent and effort. So it can't be helped, please excuse me. Reina lightly bowed and left as well. For some reason she seemed extremely satisfied. In contrast to that, Mizuha's anger was shown in her expression. Good grief, these people. That whisper was rather childish for someone of her age. As Reina left the room, she saw that Shiori was already waiting outside with a surprised expression. What's wrong? It's nothing. Milady, are you sure? Reina was not sure what Shiori was asking about, so Kane jumped in to fill in the blank. Milady, it is about that offer back in the room. Or more like the offer to return back to Katsuya's team. You knew? We more or less predicted it based on the information that we had gathered. Not to mention we heard from Togami just now. So then, both Ain-san and I thought that Milady would take that offer to return back to Katsuya's team. But it seems that did not happen. That's why Ain-san is surprised. Milady, I'm sorry for the lack of explanation. Oh, I see. Don't worry about it. By the way, is it really that easy to read my expression? Reina blushed a bit and mumbled. She then regained her usual composure before continuing. Since I refused the offer, I think it's impossible for me to join the expedition now. But since the gang already sold the automata, I can start taking hunter jobs again. I guess I need to discuss with Togami about what to do next. Shiori and Kane looked at each other. It seemed that Reina had not noticed it yet. Milady, with the automata already sold, Togami-sama's training with Shikarabe has also been completed. This means that the team has been disbanded. That's true. But it doesn't mean that we can't still stay as a team, right? Milady, it seems that Togami thinks Milady will return back to Katsuya's team. That's why he already made his next plan. As a matter of fact, he was already talking with someone regarding that matter. What? Why didn't you stop him? As we said, we didn't expect Milady refused that offer. Reina pulled out her information terminal in a panic and tried to make a call. But since there was no answer, she immediately started running to where Togami might be. Shiori and Kane smiled wryly at each other before they went to follow their master. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Somewhere in the inner part of the Kazusuhara ruin, Yatsubayashi was driving his mobile clinic. Since the plan to extend the supply route was halted, there were many hunters around the supply route hunting for relics. Yatsubayashi did not find any lack of patience from those hunters. Something that looked like a hunter came into the clinic. Yatsubayashi saw that face and pointed to the bed, telling it to lie down there. Yatsubayashi then closed the trailer's back door, which he usually keeps open even when he was treating his patients. Not too long after that, the door opened and the thing that was lying down on the bed exited the clinic with a completely different face. Yatsubayashi sighed. Although it's a deal that I made with her, this is pretty dangerous stuff. I think it's barely against city management, but, well, I wonder if it was a mistake? But again, I can't just give up on learning old-world technology. Yatsubayashi had made a deal with Tsubaki. She was the one who controlled the thing that just entered his mobile clinic. It was actually Tyal's terminal, and it had kept its human form even after the incident from last time. What Yatsubayashi did was just change the appearance of that terminal. He had done that a few times already. All the terminals that started with the young boy's appearance were transformed into humanoids of all ages and gender by Yatsubayashi. And just to be safe, he also regularly assigned them with different faces. They were then sent to mix in with the other hunters working in the ruin to work on their own goals. Yatsubayashi himself had no idea what Tsubaki was trying to accomplish by using them. But he also had no wish to know. He thought that the best way to deal with Tsubaki was to fulfill his part of the promise, make sure not to get himself involved more than necessary, and most importantly, not to pick a fight with her. As another unit came into the clinic, Yatsubayashi once again closed the back door. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shikarabe was drinking in the pub that he frequented with Kurosawa. They enjoyed their drinks while having the waitress serve them as they talked about recent events. But suddenly, Kurosawa asked the waitress to let them speak in private. Seeing that, Shikarabe understood that Kurosawa was going to talk about something that was not exactly a secret, but was also not for public ears, and lightly sobered up. So then, Kurosawa, what do you want to know this time? Is it about the insider information of Drankum again? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you anything. The current Drankum is fully under the Katsuya faction, so I'm already in a pretty bad position, you see. They no longer let me know about important information regarding the gang. There was a trace of self-mockery in Shikarabe's cold expression. It was clear that he had begun to give up on things. It's about Katsuya. Humph. I have nothing to say about that guy. Shikarabe was obviously repulsed by that matter. But seeing Kurosawa's absolutely serious attitude, he then sighed and continued. So then what do you want to know? Actually, there are some people around me who are thinking of rejoining Drankum. Are you joking? Didn't most of them leave the gang since they didn't like Drankum's policies? So why are they thinking of returning back now? Just to let you know, the situation is worse than when they had left. Even I'm thinking of leaving sometime soon. I totally agree with you, but it's true that some of them are thinking of returning. Some of them are even thinking of taking it easy, even if it means working under Katsuya. To be more precise, the people who think so are those hunters who have worked in extending the supply route. They had some of the areas under them overlapped with Katsuya's, and after watching how he works up close, they reevaluated their opinion of him. Although it sort of makes sense, I'm still not fully convinced for some reason. Unlike them, I got too bored expanding the supply route, so I went to take other jobs like the one in Lida Commercial District Ruin and various other jobs as well. That's why I was not around with them for a while. I can't help but wonder what exactly had happened when I was not around. But when I asked them in detail, nothing struck me as amazing or anything. They don't seem to be hiding anything from me either. To be honest, I'm a bit creeped out by this. Shikarabe felt that was a bit weird since Kurosawa was talking as if it was some kind of ghost story. Shikarabe, you hate that Katsuya, right? Why do you hate him that much? Why, you ask? Let me ask you this instead. What is so good about that cocky guy? If it's about a cocky young hunter, you can find them anywhere. Even that Togami was one of them. Back then, he was too confident of himself. You hated him as well, right? But that is not as bad as your hatred towards Katsuya. Although they are similar, the difference in your impression of both of them is just too big. Why do you hate Katsuya so much? Did he do something that makes you hate him greatly? Why, well. As Shikarabe was about to answer that question, he suddenly stopped midway and seemed a bit weirded out. He had a lot of reasons to simply hate Katsuya, but he could not think of any reason to explain his intense hatred. Seeing that, Kurosawa made an equally weirded out expression. Whoa there. Get a hang of yourself. I was just wondering if I could share with them your reasons, they might change their minds. You know? You really hate Katsuya's guts, so there must be a reason for that, right? Even saying that you just don't like how he looks is fine. You know? Shikarabe sobered up a little more and tried to look for a reason. He kept asking himself to think of a reason. It might be the accumulation of smaller grievances from back then when he was responsible for guiding Katsuya. It could be because he had become jealous of Katsuya's talent before he knew it. But in the end, he could not find any good reason, leaving him as simply hating Katsuya without any good reason. Why though? Shikarabe was uncertain if he couldn't think of any good reason because he was drunk, or if his real reason would only come up if he was more intoxicated. He seemed to be deep in thought and looked slightly puzzled. Kurosawa, who was expecting an answer, could not help but make the same expression. Rebuild World Chapter 212, Yanagisawa's Thoughts. On the night before the large-scale expedition, Yanagisawa read through the document regarding it and smiled bitterly. Inabe no longer had any method of retreat. Since he took Viola's suggestion to fake the relics that could be found in the area under his territory, he had lost the trust of his co-workers and even his position as well. Although he somehow dragged himself out of hot water, it did not change the fact that he faked the relics, and the truth was that there were no expensive relics in his area. If the expedition could not show any results, It would show that the records from his area were nothing but fake. Before it happened, he had to find another area where a ton of expensive relics were waiting to be found. Otherwise, he would have no other choice but to cover his lies with even more lies, which would eventually lead to his doom. The plan was laced with details that clearly showed Anabe's effort. The budget was increased as much as his position allowed him to, and he did not hold back from using all the connections he had to obtain investment in order to secure more firepower. He did not even hesitate to use his own money. As Yanagisawa read through the document, he found Akira and Katsuya's name in the list of hunters who had returned with expensive relics from that region. So Yanagisawa's mind wandered as he reminisced on a certain incident in the past. Back then, after the huge incident in the slum city, Nergo reported to Yanagisawa that Katsuya was someone who could connect to the old world domain. At that time, although Yanagisawa was delighted, another question came up in his mind as he asked Nergo a question with a puzzled look. "Thank you very much for the valuable information. But what can I say? It's not like I'm doubting you, but is it okay to ask you how you got your information?" As I said, it's not like I'm doubting you. In fact, I don't doubt you. It's just to be safe. Nergo did not show any particular reaction to that rather exaggerated attitude that obviously showed Yanagisawa's suspicion. "I'm not going to tell you to believe me. It is nothing more than just confirmation in order to not cause any unnecessary conflict between you and me when it comes to capturing Katsuya. We don't mind being the one capturing him. All I want to hear from you is that there are no problems. You are fine with that, right?" Well, don't say it like that. I just want to ask you some questions. It's okay, right? It's not like we're total strangers, right? So I hope that you can enlighten me. Moreover, if I don't know anything, I might misunderstand, which might cause trouble later. It would be great if we can clear up any possible misunderstanding. Yanagisawa was signaling that he would not give his affirmation unless Nergo answered his question, and even if he did, it would only open up space for negotiation. Nergo, who understood that, lightly sighed and replied, "Very well. But before I explain, I'll ask you about the basics first. What are old world connectors?" Simply put, it refers to the people who can connect to the old world domain, right? You might be just playing dumb there, but that's a very narrow way to interpret it. To be precise, that answer is wrong. It's just one of the many methods to identify old world connectors. Nothing more. This term refers to a group of people who, for some reasons that still cannot be explained with our current technology, are able to receive and send a certain signal, and this function can be built into their body or achieved through other methods. There were many cases where such people were either simply included in the old world domain as a receiver node, or even as transceiver nodes. Thus, they were often used as a method to connect to the old world domain. That's why most people interpret that term as such. An active connection to the old world domain is not their main feature. Next, then, you do know about telepathy, right? That's a type of communication method where information is not sent through sound waves, right? People who have communication devices implanted in their heads can talk with each other even without making a sound. So most people trying to look cool tend to call that telepathy. Just like how the people of the current era have many methods to communicate with each other, that's also true for the people who can connect to the old world domain. That's why this is not always true for all of them, but most of the time they can use telepathy. Of course, they can transfer more than just sound or words. Even the information terminals of the current era can be used to send videos and pictures too. You know? Of course, but their telepathy can send even more than that. Although there are differences between each individual, they usually can transfer all kinds of information. The old world technology even allows them to send something as vague as intuition, which can't be explained with words. And then, those who can send a certain type of information tend to cause a certain phenomenon. This is why we believe that Katsuya is one of them. Oh, so what different kind of information is that? And what kind of phenomenon are we talking about here? The information is something akin to mental manipulation, like emotion or impression. These types of people are extremely rare as they can easily get along with other people. If I am to give an example, it can cause everyone around them to like what they like and hate what they hate. This is doubly true for people who wear their heart on their sleeves. I see. It makes the people around them to like what they like and hate what they hate. It is the result of them unconsciously sending that information to the people around them. Sometimes straightforward words can greatly move the hearts of others. If it's possible to convey that feeling without words, the same kind of effect becomes more prominent. I bet that would be super effective. But then again, shouldn't only people who can connect to the old world domain be able to receive such information? Yanagisawa asked once again as if he was playing dumb, so Nergo once again sighed and replied, I bet you're just pretending to not know, so I'll answer your question. Most of the people in the Eastern District can actually connect to the old world domain. If we take an analog with information terminals, the transceivers are only sending a low-power signal that is barely recognizable, while the sensitivity of the receivers are dialed so low that they can't receive any signals. It is as if they are information terminals on defective settings. Even if you try to dissect and analyze the brains of normal individuals and those that can connect to the old world domain, there are no notable differences between them. This is why even with all the advanced medical tools that you have in the Eastern District, people still can't identify them correctly. So basically, normal people can't connect to the old world domain, but if it's just a short-range direct transmission, they are still working as terminals to various extents. Of course, there are big differences individually. As for the people in the Eastern District who live on the western side near the Central District, for some reason, most of them have already lost that ability. It might be because they have a lot of children between them. I wonder if that ability is connected to how much one inherited the blood of the old world descendants. I see, that is some amazing information. But still, I don't think it's that convincing. To identify an old world connector just from his relationship with the people around him? After all, people like Katsuya are not that rare. I'm sure you can find a few if you search, right? That decision is based on other observations as well. We have other reasons why we're so certain. For example, there is a huge gap between the logical and concrete evaluation of that guy compared to the intuitive or emotional evaluation. That's the result of the person in question unconsciously sending his own evaluation of himself to the people around him. So in short, if he believes that he is powerful, others around him will be pushed toward direction as well. Comparing that to his real power, a gap has been observed, which also serves as more evidence. And that would make people think he is a powerful person even if he is not that powerful in reality, but the opinion of the people around him cemented that notion even further. But again, it's normal for talented people to be evaluated highly by the people around them, right? And Katsuya is not that bad himself. He's been doing well as a hunter. If he's really that untalented, he would have died a long time ago, right? After all, monsters don't care about such things. They just attack everyone equally. It's not like we think that he's weak either. He's a skilled hunter. The focus here is the gap and the strange dissonance that can be felt from it. I've been observing him from afar ever since I infiltrated Drankum. This is the conclusion that I've reached after observing that strange dissonant feeling. It's a conclusion made after gathering impressions from all kinds of people, included his track records, documents, the people who are in his faction as well as the people who hate him. If you accuse that I need to do more investigation, I have no words to deny it and partially agree with you. Oh, did something happen? There was a large incident in Slum City the other day and Katsuya was also involved in the battle. The reason was because I told him the whereabouts of a certain pickpocket named Alna. Judging from his personality, I was certain that he would go save her if he knew her location, and I was right. However, I also predicted that he would bring reinforcement from Drankum. Normally, it would be impossible for Drankum to dispatch its men just to save a mere pickpocket. So I was originally planning to confirm if he is someone who can connect to the old world domain using that event. If he is, then his ability would affect their decision. It remains to be seen just how far the people who like him or think highly of him would ignore the benefit of the gang. But, to think that he went alone, it took me completely by surprise. Because of that, it was difficult to judge if Drankum was trying to cover for him, or if the gang was simply trying to erase any relation between that incident and the gang. So, it did not produce any clear evidence. I see, so that's the reason, huh? Yanagisawa, who was acting as if he was pretending to not know although he already knew everything right from the start, caused Nergo to be irritated as it leaked a bit in what Nergo said next. As I said, the conclusion was made from various observations as well. Even if some of the evidence gathered is not that convincing, it doesn't change the conclusion. I'm sure you don't need any more explanation, right? So just answer my question already. Well, putting the matter with Katsuya's investigation aside, I actually have other questions, you see? What is it? For example, do you think that there is another old-world connector in the slum city? Why do you think so? Well, don't be that stingy. I just wanted to ask this question to someone who is more knowledgeable about this matter than me. Nothing more. Nergo sighed and replied firmly, "No, they're all dead." Oh, that was a firm reply. It means you have evidence for that, right? If you would be so kind as to share that with me as well, then... Yanagisawa still maintained his half-joking attitude. That was when Nergo interjected. I had made a deal with a Kagamayama city management officer from the Rebuild Laboratory in the past. Although to be more precise, I don't know if he's still a member or a former member. In exchange for providing him with monetary support and a research facility, he will work on a method to awaken incomplete old-world connectors. City management accepted that deal. That is the thing that you actually want to know, right? Yanagisawa's tone turned serious. That facility is supposed to be a tightly guarded secret, even in the upper echelons of city management, though. You're not the only person in the city management who we are working with. There are others who support our cause, and we're working with them even now. It is just that simple. I see. I would be super thankful if you can share the list of people, though. No, we can't share that kind of information with you. At least, not until you join us for the great cause. For now, my answer is I do hope from the bottom of my heart that you would eventually join our cause one day. I see. There was a moment of silence. It demonstrated their relationship. They were only working together because it was beneficial for both of them when in reality they were not on the same side. Although I'm not sure that this is enough compensation for you, I'll at least answer your previous question. The method used by that officer is to promote mutation with nanomachine, which is administered through an injection. So there is no need to implant some kind of device into the subject. But even so, this method is still in the midst of development. It is still in the human testing phase, to be more precise. Its accuracy is low and it still needs a lot of human test samples. But gathering a lot of testing subjects would attract attention, and because this project has to be kept secret, it does not take up any actions that would put it under the spotlight. Currently, there is a lack of test subjects. Also, if information about Rebuild Laboratory working with us surfaces, it will cause a lot of trouble. That's why they mix nanomachines in the food distributed in Slum City. That way, even if the nanomachine rampages and kills the test subject, or if it turns the subject into a monster, people can just chalk it up as an unfortunate accident. Furthermore, free food distribution down in the slum city was created exactly for this reason. It was originally for the sake of testing nanomachines derived from the dead monster, to test if they are lethal for human use. I do feel some pity for them. Well, I have to refuse to make any ethical comment about it, so then, most of the people who rely on that kind of food are weak. Even if the test successfully awakens them into old-world connectors like Katsuya, they would die in no time before we can confirm if the test is a success. That's why the experiment is seen as a failure, and it will stop in due time. Hence, there won't be any old-world connectors in the slum city, since they are already dead. Why dead though? They might still be alive, right? Slum City has atrocious public order. In order to stay alive there, weaklings need to be aware that they are weaklings. If they get too conceited and think of themselves as the strong, they'll be killed in no time. Moreover, they need to be extremely prudent, otherwise they will just get tricked and again killed. Now, imagine if they are broadcasting their impression of themselves using the old world domain, that will give them a hell of a time trying to survive in the slum city. Unconsciously telling others that they are weak would result in people looking down on them and hating them. Even the paranoid attitude needed to survive in the slum city would also be transmitted, further damaging their relationship with those around them. Because of this, it would be difficult for them to stay in a group. Even if they manage to join a group, being pessimistic and ultimately paranoid will only cause others to use them as expendables, They will just be used and abandoned later. They will end up having all the downside of being in a group without any of the benefits. They will not even be able to hold the least needed connections and communication skills to stay alive in Slum City. So there is no doubt they are all dead by now. In that case, they can just try their best sending likability and trust, right? That would be plainly impossible. That kind of technique is not something technical like a communication device, it's a more subtle technique like a speechcraft. The more familiar and skilled they are, the better the accuracy and the broadcast strength, and the opposite is also true. As I explained before, due to the environment in which they live, it would be difficult for them to broadcast positive emotions such as trust, self-confidence, or likability, while at the same time, it is way easier for them to broadcast negative emotions such as suspicion and hatred. And even if they can send those positive emotions, if the receivers reply with negative emotions, it would be counter-effective. There's a possibility that some still survive even after that, no? Yanagisawa sounded as if he was not just simply asking random stupid questions. As a matter of fact, it sounded like he had some kind of particular question that he was looking for an answer to. It only caused Nergo to be puzzled. Why are you so insisting on that possibility? It's nothing important. In order for them to survive, I bet they would have to strive to be hunters. But they would have to be an individual hunter unaffiliated with any groups and don't join any parties. I believe that's the only way for them to stay alive for an extended period of time. We are talking about the dangerous slum city here. It is not strange for its denizens to think that they need to be hunters in order to survive living in Slum City. But that would be a misunderstanding. The wasteland is not the same as the slum city. Green hunters getting killed by monsters is not a rare occurrence. Moreover, the chance of them getting killed out there is higher compared to normal hunters. Normally, common hunters would transmit their location to the monsters through vision, sound, vibration. But this type of information transmission method is often damped by the colorless mist. Unfortunately, this is not true for the hunters who are connected to the Old World domain. The colorless mist can't block their information transmission, thus letting monsters identify their positions easier. As such, they have a higher monster encounter rate compared to normal hunters. Of course, that would mean that they're more likely to be killed by those monsters as well. For Old World connectors living in the slum city, going out to the wasteland is not a wise choice in order to survive. But what if they survive the wasteland as well? Just why exactly are you so insisting on this matter? Like I said, there's no reason in particular. And that is my last question. The slum city is a place where people won't easily recognize your power even if you are indeed powerful. This would cause their personality to distort. Thus they would stay paranoid as they would go further to the east, seeking a place where people would recognize their achievements, which would get them killed eventually. But if they still survive that, I bet that they will be working in the frontmost battlefield in the east. That hell is filled with people with distorted personalities and firepower. So it won't be strange for them to be mixed in with the people who live there. I see. That's a really interesting subject. By the way, it might be weird to call this my form of gratitude, but you can do whatever you want with Katsuya. I won't complain no matter what. But it would be difficult if you ask for my help to take him away. As you know, he's starting to stick out after that incident. It would be weird for someone from city management like me to not give special treatment for a phenomenal hunter like him. I hope you can understand that. No problem. We have no plans to take him away, we only want to introduce our beliefs to the people. So we will just use him to promote the great cause, nothing more. I see, so basically you want to get Katsuya on your side and make him attract more people to support the nationalist, huh? I would prefer if you would refer to that as just spreading the truth to clear up the corporate government's propaganda. Well then I shall excuse myself. Nergo then closed the call. After that, Yanagisawa mumbled to himself. I wonder just how far they are planning to go. Well, I don't really care as long as they don't get in my way. Yanagisawa already knew that the people who could connect to the Old World domain could send emotions through telepathy, but he also knew that they could send something far worse and evil than that through telepathy. There was a theory saying that during the Old World era, where it was common for people to be connected to the Old World domain, emotions were transferred to their enemies. It would make them think that killing themselves was the best course of action. Eventually, suicide spread across nations, which ended the civilization. That was why the buildings were very well preserved even after civilization had ended a long time ago. After all, this long-term preservation was unexplainable solely with the self-repairing system. Many thought that as a result of security enhancement against such a psychological attack, those who were not even able to connect to the Old World domain survived and rebuilt the world. The people of the Eastern District were basically the descendants of these people. This was the reason why they could not connect to the Old World domain. So judging by this story, the people who were identified as Old World connectors in the current era referred to those with the faulty security setting, and they were actually in danger. So the plan from the corporate government was to increase the number of these people. Naturally, this was for the sake of their own profits. There were also many other problems concerned with being able to connect to the Old World domain. Yanagisawa did not know how much Nergo knew. The reason why he was pretending to be clueless was to check how much Nergo knew about Old World connectors and how much information he was willing to share. At the very least, Nergo had strong resistance against the emotion transmission from the Old World connectors. As such, it was difficult to identify an Old World connector using that method. That was why Nergo was trying to identify that by observing the effect on the other people. Yanagisawa understood that it would be counter-effective if the officer sent by the nationalists to find an Old World connector fell victim to their thought transmission. Although Yanagisawa was interested in Nergo's resistance, he did not say anything about that matter, nor did he try to pursue that question. After all, he understood that it was not a wise thing to do, so he decided to stop worrying about that and once again reopen the information window about Akira. Although it's not in a straightforward manner, he's supporting a slum gang. He also did work together with the other hunters, although very rarely. He worked in a team in the Saranthal building. He then risked his life in order to save his lover during that battle in the slum city. Although he basically works alone, he can also perform well in a team. So it doesn't really match the indicators from what Nergo had said. I guess he's really not one of them. Yanagisawa then lowered his guard toward Akira. After removing the information about Akira from his panel, Katsuya's information once again came up. As I thought, he's the one. In contrast to Akira's case, Yanagisawa raised his guard toward Katsuya. As Yanagisawa's mind returned to the present, he projected the information about Katsuya's team on the holographic display up in the air. Ever since they started using the coordination support system augmented suits, they showed a rare level of teamwork and were performing really well. The note on the side listed both the praises and the complaints regarding the augmented suit, as well as a small notice that Anabe had secured an investment from the city defense squad for the expedition budget. Seeing that, Yanagisawa could not hold back his chuckle. I don't know how far it is just coincidence, but if all of them are, then he's really one lucky guy. According to the information that he had received from Nergo and the people under him whom he had sent to monitor Katsuya, the data extracted from the support system used by Katsuya's team pointed out that Katsuya was a highly troublesome person. The positive emotions, impressions and evaluations from Old World connectors affected the people around them. Their real skills and all the dangerous situations that they undergo together with their team in the wasteland would result in greater expectations from others. In others' minds, it was as though their team would always perform well. As all of this coagulate to push their positive impression even further, it also helped to mask their ability as an Old World connector. After all, even normal hunters would form a close bond when they go through numerous dangerous situations together. The existence of such a bond helped further hide the identities of Old World connectors. In addition, once they broke through a certain limit of someone's positive impression and likability, they would form a local network made up of said people. This would allow them to share more of their emotions and increase their teamwork and performance as a team. Moreover, information tends to flow from the people in the upper hierarchical structure to the people below. Thus Katsuya's confidence naturally flowed to the people under him, causing his team to have no fear when up against anything. The local network would then further blur the line that differentiated them individually. So even when they got killed during the battle, as long as Katsuya was still alive, they would not be able to recognize their own death, which greatly reduced the fear of dying. As a result, formed a team with a core that did not fear death. Well, I bet he can only do that because he's an amiable person though. But again, it is impossible to ignore its effect. His local network has grown as big as Drankum itself. No wonder Nergo wants to get him. If he joined the Nationalists, it would be an easy thing for them to take over the city. And then, I'm sure they will also provide support to him. And with that local network, their support will also reach his friends. The speed of how the local network is forming and their performance as a team. Everything makes sense now, even if he's not doing so deliberately. Yanagisawa, who was usually smiling, suddenly stopped. Should I kill him right away? After a short silence, he then continued without making any change in his expression. No, I still don't have irrefutable evidence. And even if it's true, they should still not know that I'm watching Katsuya. There might be some profit I can scrap up by letting him live for now. More importantly, for tomorrow's expedition. After another short silence, this time his expression turned rather serious. I might be able to use this. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.